Probably should. Oh, we're good. Skibbity toilet, baby. Yeah. Greetings from the science team. Oh, hey Zach, thank you, bro. Appreciate you guys. How's everybody doing? Let's freaking read, baby. What's up, Salad? Noah, what's up, bro? How's everybody doing? Chilling in a hot tub and alone in the woods watching this going on to be spooky as hell. Oh, that sounds interesting, honestly. Love me. I love you guys. You are my only purpose on earth. I sit in cryostasis waiting for the next stream. Today was a long-ass day. What happened? Tell me all about it. Boyfriend ASMR coming up. It's okay. Everything will be okay. First, I just need to lock you in a cage. Guys, what's going on? Should I look up gaming news? Anything cool, exciting happening? Oh, you guys didn't know this, but all over Pennsylvania, I was one of the spared souls, and the only reason you have a stream tonight is there was like power outages to like hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvanians. So, dude, it was the most insane shit ever. It was the most insane shit ever. So we had a big storm like a month ago, right? That didn't even seem that bad, but like knocked down a bunch of trees and some power in some random spots, at least in my area, and I didn't think about it. And then this storm that came through lasted for 17 minutes. When it went over, I remember it was like coming over and like the lights kind of flickered, and I was like it was kind of weird because it wasn't like, I don't know, it was just strange. It was like, it felt very electrical, you know what I mean? And then it was only there for a little bit, and then just like next I find out there's just like power out like all over the place, and there's like trees knocked over all over the place. I had a massive fucking tree fall over and like almost crush one of my things in my backyard, one of my effigies, and so that's got to get dealt with at some point. But you forgot to send your story. Do you have one, Mama? You can send in. We could read it tonight. Amy, welcome back, or welcome to the Buttersock Call, even though I know you've been in there before, but thank you for the 5 gifters too. Big L, Christine Baker, Miri, Try Easy, and Polar Bear. Is my cat okay? Yeah, his power went out, so he's pissed. No, he's fine. He is fighting. He's fighting Creator Crash 3 though. Have you played Oblivion? Yeah, I've been playing it. I haven't made it very far. I'm doing the Thieves Guild quest line right now. Because lockpicking in that game is like unnecessarily rest in peace, Big L. Who's that? Shorn, you know all these cool guys. Wi-Fi's live right now. Nice. What's he doing? Let's go listen to his stream. Let's go brigade him. Just kidding. Wi-Fi's live. After Files live stream. Oh, he's looking into some stuff. That's dope. Nice. Best of luck to him. Hope I'm not interrupting. Tom, between the Wi-Fi's live after show and Let's Read live stream, Joel's cooler, so here. Oh, no, dude. We love the Wi-Fi's. Depression sucks. What happened? Why depressed? Why depresso? Drinking espresso. He was a rapper in the 90s. He was murdered. What the hell? You make it that far and you still get murdered? The trick, what the hell happened? You have 0 creepy park ranger stories. 1 almost kidnapper story. Oh, related to that or no? You talking about Biggie Smalls? No, but I think it was around the same time frame. I forget who Big L was with. Was he part of a group? Forgiving, pretty place to stay. Yeah, it's funny enough. I have to be almost, not that I have to be like crazy quiet, because I'm in my own containment chamber here, but I am having friends and his family stay at my house till the power comes back, because their power is out. So I might not be able to twerk as hard. Seismic twerking will have to be put on hold. Isn't that the dude that ate the women when he was on meth? Maybe that's why he was murdered. He ate people. Just annoying for the time being. Yeah, what is the depression? Is it like circumstantial, or is it just like something that just comes in like a wave, or is it something that like jogging until you're too tired to jog anymore would make better? Because sometimes for me, I think just like any form of exercise is just obviously not the only cure, but it's a good one. Bipolar disorder. Oh, okay. Do you get to lift weights or anything like that? He was shot and killed. Damn. Zam. Sad Gorilla, thank you. Sorry, that's not Sad Gorilla. I always read it as Gorilla. I don't know why, just looking at those combination of letters, it just looks like Sad Gorilla, but that's clearly not what it says. Exercising does help. It's just hard sometimes to get out of bed to do it, but I usually can force myself to get to the gym. I wonder if there's like a machine. I don't know if you use the step machine. Obviously walking outside, it's kind of similar, maybe with like a weighted vest, if you could procure one of those. But if you can get to like a step machine, I think that's one of those ones you can kind of do for a while till you're just sweaty and be like, okay, I'm done. Where am I from again? Pennsylvania. The Keystone State. Is there a way to DM me? You can email me, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. If you have a story you want to send in, or reddit.com/r/letsreadofficial. Submit your story there if it's easier, whatever's best for you. That's exactly what I do when I'm not just feeling it. Or the cycling machine. Yeah, that's honestly, who knows? Maybe like when those come in waves, you just say, alright, I'm hitting it up. 0 or OO. I don't even know what to call your name. What's up, though? It's actually not about a story. Oh, okay, well, I'm not really sure. Not really sure then. Might have to give me specifics. We can just chit chat here if that's cool. Bum 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 bum. I almost gave my semi a red paint job after a close call with a wild horse as I was joining. Oh shit, are you driving? Started working out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday 2 years ago. Reversed pre-diabetes, lost 30 pounds. Dude, congratulations, Biz. I'm proud of you. That's amazing. What's on the menu today? We got some park ranger stories. Back to the outdoors. That video game one, it was good stories, but I don't know. What did you guys think? Did anybody listen to the final product? Weak burp, I know. That was a 1.5 out of 60. And Love Light, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Video game one was awesome. Yeah, I should have titled it something else. And there's like A/B testing for thumbnails, and one of the thumbnails was like touching grass. And even though it said like it still performed 50-50, YouTube just like did not push that video out at all to like much. So I don't really know what. Oh, Borderlands 4. Anybody gonna play that? I see that. Oh, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Dude, what is that game about? Is it just a turn-based RPG, or what? People seem to really enjoy it. Might have to jump on that eventually. Dude, this song's sick, actually. I've heard this before. I love, like, the deep bass when it comes to this shit. Get back to Atomic Heart. Dude, that's a sick game. I feel like that's an underappreciated one. Hope they make a sequel. When the bad guys in the stories are gaming, why do they always say they're playing Overwatch? I may or may not throw that in there just for a bit of a Laffy Taffy. David Lynch's Severed Ear. What's up, dude? I'm in a situationship with my ex. Should I continue pursuing Herb? Who's Herb? Herb. Is that like a boyfriend? Honestly, everybody bad plays Overwatch. If you play Overwatch, you're a bad person. We all know this. God of Twar. Oh, continue. Oh, probably pursuing her. Okay, that makes sense. Well, if it's an ex, I would say, like, honestly, if something has come and gone, it's probably best to just, like, let it go, you know what I mean? You think of doing a Let's Play sometime soon? Yeah, maybe soon. I do have quite a bit of bonus content I got lined up I gotta get out. I didn't even realize, dude, we're at, like, over 1,500 members, and I need to, like, I feel bad sometimes the fact that I don't put out more bonus content, because that's a lot of support that I just feel like I'm not appreciating. Oh, Eamon Tobin is good drum and bass. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, who is this? This is The Shape of Breathing. Aloha. I'm gonna go to the docs today. Turns out I have polyps in my ears and severe nerve damage and infection. Oh, okay. Polyps, that's crazy. Why do you think those are forming in there? It's a really, I don't know, just like curious. Do I like Mortal Kombat games? I do, but honestly for me what I do, and I don't even know if I did it with the last one, but I just like watch all the fatalities in like a big YouTube movie, and then I'll watch like the story just to get the story. It's just kind of like a fun little experience for me. I don't really like fighting games that much, you know what I mean? And Rio Kaya, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. You just got done with the gym. How was your Wednesday going? It was good. I went to the gym earlier. Been doing a little not plyometrics, but calisthenics, more focused today, legs. But I put a weighted vest on and went through my like leg, routine. And well, at least for calisthenics. And it was almost like too easy for like legs. I need to like figure out something, because upper body like calisthenics really burned me out and feels like a great pump, but lower body is like tougher. I still had to go to the freaking, what is it called, the hack squat to like get a great pump. Hack squat's like one of my favorite leg exercises if you ever get a chance. Yeah, I guess it's just because we walk on our legs all day. They're always ready to rock and roll. How have I been doing? I've been good though, honestly. I've just been cruising. Really nothing to report. Yeah, at least I'm not skipping like that. Yeah, honestly, legs are just, it's one of my favorites. It hurts so good. Who else saw the Minecraft movie? I think we all did. It's old news now. Chicken Jackie. Alright, friends. Invest in ankle weights. Perhaps a sword. That'd be sweet. Alright, let's kick this off, shall we? That playlist was called Rushes. I'll link it in case you guys want to listen to it later. Liquid DMB Jungle Mix. It's what they listen to in the jungle. Big fan of that stuff at the jungle. Bethesda Game Studios, we're so grateful for the over 4 million of you that have ventured into Cyrodiil with Oblivion Remastered. Thank you. You're welcome. Just keep making remakes. We don't need anything original anymore. Boom, 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 boom. Da-da-da. Alright. Play the Lava Chicken song. I think it's banned. It's banned on YouTube. Can I sing Happy Birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to whoever. Is it your birthday, Shannon? Happy birthday. Thank you for the 5. You don't have to donate to me on your birthday. Did you ever watch Black Mirror? I watched like season 1, right? And then the pig episode kind of threw me off, but they said it gets better, so I kept watching, and it did get better. But I haven't watched all the other 6 seasons. My friend was watching this one episode that I kind of watched, and it was pretty sick. I should get back into it. It's good. Played 5 hours of BG3 with my brother and my retarded sons. What is a blast. That's good. Always sounds like a perfect combo. But yeah, I'm doing good. You missed the old background. It's alright. We'll get back there eventually. I think we're rotating through the seasons, you know? Keep it fresh. This is my spring background because it looks like it's nice and rainy. May showers bring June something. I don't really know. But yeah, anyways, we got park ranger stories here. And we're going to do them. We're going to read them. And we're going to make a video out of it. I've spent the last 25 years as a ranger at the Wind Cave National Park here in western South Dakota. Teddy Roosevelt established the place back in the early 1900s, and it's one of the first 6 national parks ever founded. But although it's more than 50 square miles of dense forest, mixed grass prairie, and rocky hills, it takes its name from the geological phenomenon that is Wind Cave. Wind Cave is the 7th largest of its kind in the entire world, and has more passage volume Wind Cave is the largest of its kind in the entire world, and has more passage volume per cubic mile than any other on the planet, which, in plain English, means there are more underground tunnels under the park than any other place in the world. On top of that, only around 10% of them have been fully explored, meaning there are thousands of miles of unexplored passageways, and at the going rate, technology permitting of course, it'll take scientists and cavers more than 600 years to fully explore them. The Lakota Native Americans who made the area their home spoke of a living, breathing cave system through which their ancestors had crawled from the underworld during the first days of creation. They called the caves Washanaya. Alright, we're gonna run that through Forvo, see what they say. Anybody familiar with this? Yeah, Washanaya sounds right. John Pork stories. Those are far too scared for the channel. Can you ask for some help to donate to your GoFundMe? Sure, yeah. I mean, if you can email me, or I can link it here too, we can peek at it. I think you would have to email it because I don't think you can put links in here, but we can take a look at it. Heard your viewer's confession video the other day, the story of the one guy confessed he threw a little lit cigarette into his neighbor's room. Insane. Yeah, I don't even really remember that one for some reason. Hey, geeky thingy with the 5. Hey Joel, it's Mannequin of Chaos. I don't know if you remember me, but I finally can dono. Congrats on 1 million subscribers, by the way. Thank you. Man, it has been a while. How you doing? What's been new? I have 1 million subscribers. I do. We're there, baby. Here's to many more. 1.27, true. They called the caves Washanaya, and they played an important role in the culture and creation myths of their people, who speak of Tokohe. Oh, come on. Takohe, I don't know. Taco Tuesday. And Lynn with the two meatball sandwiches in the house. Let's go. I'm feeling hungry. Sometimes meatball sandwiches get me into trubs. Alright, we're just gonna ask the internet. What, or rather, how do you say? Conversation with Lakota, pronunciation is roughly Tokahe. Oh, okay, Tokahe. Isn't my favorite game Overwatch? No, dude. That's like a... It's like a torture device that I use for people at Guantanamo Bay. Okay, I just want to say huge fan, literally been listening since 2018. Thank you, Jasmine. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around. Washanaya Tokahe, okay. They called the caves Washanaya, and they played an important role in the culture and creation myths of their people, who speak of Tokahe, or the first man emerging from the darkness. It sounds like classical mythological storytelling, yet the Lakota's belief that Wind Cave is a living, breathing network of tunnels is not entirely unfounded. When high pressure is higher outside the cave than inside it, air flows into the cave, raising the cave's internal pressure to match outside pressure. The process also works in the exact opposite way, meaning that in some of the larger caves, the continuous flow of air really does give the impression that the Earth itself is inhaling and exhaling. As you can imagine, such an incredible natural phenomenon attracts a lot of visitors each year, and for the most part, those visits are safe and uneventful. But one day back in 2003, what started as a fairly routine search for a missing hiker became something I'll never forget. I've been a ranger at Wind Cave National Park for just over 3 years when the call came in. It was late in the afternoon on a chilly September day when my phone started buzzing. Its screen said, Grand Teton. Alright, check that real quick. I need like a team. Pronunciation check, quick! I'm like, sir, we're getting back Teton. Like teats. Teton. Grand Teton, okay. Caves are creepy, yo. Excited for Borderlands 4? I don't think so. I didn't really play the other ones. I don't know. I've seen some gameplay and stuff, but... GoFundMe. Let's check it real quick. Okay. I'm gonna just... How do we share? I'm just gonna put... I'm gonna pin it instead of the Twitch one. Quick, just in case anybody wants to take a peek at that and assist as they may. Look up Krieg's... Krieg? Who's Krieg? Oh, from... Wait, what are you talking about? Do lighters explode in the garbage when you put them in there and there's still lighter fluid in there, but the mechanism is broken? Explode? I don't know. I guess they would need the appropriate amount of pressure. It seems like it's an open system, so I can't imagine that there would be, like, enough contained pressure to, like, activate an actual explosion. I do imagine that there would be, like, a potential for the fluid, if under enough heat, could potentially catch or something, but I'm not really sure. Just finished the video game video. It was so good. Yeah, it's awesome. I wish it would... I changed the title around here, but man, that one, like, was... I don't know, it was kind of sad because the channel finally got up above, like, 5 million views a month or whatever to, like, 5.5. And then now it's just been, like, every video's been, like, a 10 out of 10, which is, like, the worst rating you can get on, like, a video lately. And it's just slowly, like, crashing back down, which kind of stinkers, you know what I mean? It was late in the afternoon on a chilly September day when my phone started buzzing. Its screen said Grand Teton, short for Grand Teton Interagency. Oh, man. Its screen said Grand Teton, short for Grand Teton Interagency Dispatch Center, so I knew some kind of emergency must be unfolding. When I picked up, the dispatcher told me she'd gotten a call from a panicked hiker who said his friend had followed a child into Wind Cave and neither had come out again. Since this is still technically an open investigation, I'll refer to the missing person as Hiker M out of respect for his family. I know the internet can go crazy with amateur detectives chasing up leads, and I don't want to be the cause of an unnecessary grief to those affected. The caller, on the other hand, I'll refer to as Hiker F, so the missing hiker and his friend. The two men had been hiking down Lookout Point Trail, but when they reached Wind Cave, they saw a lone child running towards its entrance alone. At the time, the cave wasn't attended by any park staff, and since both men knew that the caves weren't a safe area to play, Hiker F claimed they'd called after the child, but the little boy hadn't responded. Concerned for the child's safety, both men ran after him, and then by the time they caught up, they saw the boy crawling into a narrow tunnel. Hiker M followed, assuring Hiker F that he'd return in just a few minutes, but apparently, he didn't come back. After some time, Hiker F followed his friend down the narrow tunnel, calling out for him as he went, but no one responded. Then, rather than risk getting himself lost down there, Hiker F ran back to the surface and then ran another 2 miles to get the cell signal to call 911. First thing I did was alert the superintendent. Then I called the park's search and rescue team and directed them toward Wind Cave. It was early evening by the time I reached the entrance, but the team had already mostly assembled, and within the hour, everyone was on site and ready to go. There were 8 of us, including 2 caving specialists who mapped parts of the cave with a Paha Sapagrado. Paha Sapagrado. I don't know if that's related. I assume grotto's that. Paha Sapa. What about Paha Sapagrado? What do I think of DaBaby? I don't know. He was popular for a while, and then didn't he kill somebody, and then it was like over? Killed somebody in like Walmart or whatever. Paha Sapa Grotto. Okay, we're good. It's just a regular garbage bag like in the apartment. I'm scared to put my lighters in the garbage because I think they're going to explode now. I got a whole bunch of broken lighters around. I mean, I'm sure there's a protocol for disposing of those. I'm sure you could look that up and probably just follow that protocol. Maybe even there's like a place in your area that collects them or something. I have no idea. Haven't been to Barcelona. I just went. It was beautiful. I haven't. No, that sounds cool though. I should do more creepy wilderness videos. I think those do the best. They're my favorite. Yeah, that's kind of like what this one's, I guess, within that same vein. So, but I guess wilderness is just like more directly like you know, Da Vinci? There were 8 of us, including 2 caving specialists who map out... Sorry. There were 8 of us, including 2 caving specialists who mapped parts of the cave with Man, I can't get this one. Your lighters will not explode. Okay, good to know. What if we stomp on them real hard? What if we squeeze them between our fingers? There were 8 of us, including 2 caving specialists who mapped parts of the cave with the Paja Sapagrado. Hiker F was there too, and he got more and more agitated as he repeated his story to us. See, the first thing Hiker F did after he exited the cave, following the brief search for Hiker M and the child he'd followed, was go looking for the kid's parents. If there was a kid running around, then his parents or teachers If there was a kid running around, then his parents or teachers or whoever he was with would surely be nearby. So when Hiker F went running out of that cave hollering for help and there was no one around, he obviously got real spooked. I could understand why. I mean, what the hell was a kid doing out there all alone? We didn't have time to dwell on it though. We geared up, our caving specialist took point, and then we entered the cave. The entrance was a tight squeeze, barely 2 feet wide, and I felt that familiar rush of cool air as we shimmied through, and the cave's breathing blew a breeze against my face. Inside, the passage opened. Inside, the passage opened slightly, but it was still cramped, with jagged walls and a floor that sloped unevenly. Our headlamps cut through the dark, catching flashes of the delicate blade-like rock formations that almost look like spiderwebs frozen in stone. Our caving specialists traced the path they believed Hiker M most likely took, which took us to a low crawl space. You found my twerking video? Don't tell anyone. Our caving specialists traced the path they believed Hiker M most likely took, which took us to a low crawl space branching off the end of the main tunnel. We crawled single file as the passage narrowed even further, forcing us to belly crawl, which made our packs dragged against the ceiling. Okay. Never buy the cheap crack lighters. Well, what if you want to smoke crack? Do they make lighters specifically for that? They should start selling Bunsen burners for crackheads, just to really speed up the process. Mark, thank you, dude. Good to see you. I'm claustrophobic, so even hearing about this gives me the heebie-jeebies. Dude, I've been caving before, just in places that you're not necessarily supposed to be. Answer the joke. Answer the joke. There's a joke. And man, yeah, caving is a very, very claustrophobic experience. And the fact that, like, when you're in a cave, the possibility that there could be, like, a hole that goes up to your top left, a hole in front of you that, like, goes elsewhere, one below you, like, there's so many branching paths in a cave. It's just yeah, it's so easy to get stuck. It's so easy to get lost. Thankfully, every time I went was like 3 times, and this is like back in college. I was able to make it out with them knowing the way. I mean, there are areas that open up that are like really crazy, like places, just entire cathedral-sized rooms filled with like candles that people had left there and stuff. But, and then like some areas where like it's almost like a challenge to try to like shimmy your way underneath it and make it to the other end. But I can only imagine if like I was not able to like make it through that. I mean, just that feeling of being like, how do I make it through is just the worst. But then like once you get out of the cave, and even though sometimes it's like nighttime by the time we get out, it's just like the open expanse of the sky makes you feel like the world is just so much bigger. Okuyasu Nijimura with the 5 says, let's read Scary Goth Girl stories and my life is yours. Unfortunately, my son, you will have to make that happen yourself, as they are all very, very scary. Shadow Milk took over the channel. I don't know if I remember that. I'm sorry. You got a Labubu. What is that? On your finger? On your fingy? That's true. I am a goth girl. I'm sitting here right now in my vampiric makeup, dripping with fishnet stockings. You're confused what's going on here? Yeah, so basically I record stories that I'll edit and release on my normal upload schedule Monday, Thursday. But yeah, you get to hear me record, and then we also chit-chat and talk about nonsense. But there is a lot of starting and stopping, so I apologize. You wish you were a goth girl? I guess there's still time. Okuyasu Nijimura with the two's promise. I promise. But you have to promise yourself. If you want anything in life, you gotta take hold of those reins. You ever played the hit video game Spelunky or even Spelunky 2? I think I did, yeah. And it was kind of hard. Wasn't it like one of the first games to have like procedurally generated cave levels and stuff? I vaguely recall it being pretty difficult. We crawled single file as the passage narrowed even further, forcing us to belly crawl, which made our packs drag against the ceiling. After an hour, we found signs of Hiker M, a torn piece of blue fabric caught on a jagged rock, probably from the jacket he was wearing. This was obviously bad news. Not only had he gone deeper than we'd hoped, but there was a good chance that he was hurt, and if he was hurt, getting him out would be a problem. We pushed onward, following what our cavers thought was the hiker's most likely route. The cave twisted and branched, and our specialists were almost constantly checking their maps, but Hiker M's path didn't follow any known route. From what they could tell, he'd taken turns that led from the developed paths and towards more unexplored sections of the tunnel. And by midnight, we'd advanced no more than around 2 miles, and the passages were only getting tighter. My shoulders brushed the walls, and I had to tilt my head to avoid the ceiling, and before long, we found more signs of our missing hiker. A smudge. You sent your story? Nice, dude, thank you. Did you send it to the email? Oh, yeah. Before long, we'd found more signs of our missing hiker. A smudged handprint on a tunnel wall, a boot print in a patch of damp clay. Then, in a smaller chamber, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A water bottle, one we later determined belonged to Hiker M, lay half crushed in the corner of the chamber. Next to it was what we determined to be a smear of blood on the wall, fresh enough to glisten in the light of our headlamps. And that's when it became clear Hiker M was hurt, which made our search for him time critical. And we kept going, but it almost felt like the cave itself was fighting back in places. Passages narrowed to little slits, forcing us to backtrack, while one tunnel suddenly dropped off into a pit and showed to be too deep to cross without climbing gear. Another tunnel ended in a pool of dark, still water, and while I'll never actually... Another tunnel ended in a pool of dark, still water, and while I'd never actually seen it before, I knew enough about Wind Cave to know that I was looking at calcite. Maybe calcite. Calcite. Okay, sweet, thank you. Pronunciation, calcite. Okay, sweet. Double verify, we Gucci. I grew up running a paper route with my dad, did it for 10 years and delivered 600, 800 papers a night. I have about 6 to 8 really weird stories about what happened to me and him. Wanted to submit but nervous. Yeah, submit it. Send it in. That does sound like an interesting topic. Paperboy stories. What does magnesium taste like? I don't know. It's just kind of like chalky pills that you take. I don't even know if they taste like anything or there's no time to taste them. You did Uber all day? Nice. Another tunnel ended in a pool of dark, still water, and while I'd never actually seen it before, I knew enough about Wind Cave to know that I was looking at Calcite Lake. This was formed millions of years ago by water carving intricate passages through the earth. Calcite Lake glimmered in our headlamps because of the calcite rafts, these thin floating sheets of mineral that drift on its still surface. Around the edge of Calcite Lake is a buildup of silt, and it's that fine, damp rock dust that preserved Hiker M's boot print, right there on the edge of the water. I feel like I need to say that better. And around the edge of Calcite Lake is a buildup of silt, and it's that fine, damp rock dust that preserved Hiker M's boot print, right there on the edge of the water. The lake isn't deep enough to drown in, not unless a person was laying down unconscious. But if that's what happened to Hiker M, we'd have found his body right there on the surface. And just like everywhere else in those tunnels, our missing hiker was nowhere to be found. Now by 3 a.m., we were exhausted, and we'd gone so deep that our radios were useless. We retreated to the surface to regroup, promising Hiker F that we'd go back for his missing friend in the morning. Now maybe 6 or 7 hours later, reinforcements arrived, including a team from the NSS, the National Speleological Society. The National Spele. Your cat's crying because she's sees me handling suitcases. That is funny. Pradeep gets pretty worked up when he sees that happening too. I think he gets very upset when I leave. Speleological. I feel like I'm not saying that right. Let me check YouTube. How to say... Oh. Speleological. Okay. And maybe 6 or 7 hours later, reinforcements arrived, including a team from the NSS, National Speleological. And maybe 6 or 7 hours later, reinforcements arrived, including a team from the NSS, the National Speleological Society. They were some of the best cavers in the entire country, paid to map out places like the Western Fringe, where reaching underground passages sometimes took days of living like moles. And we split into 3 groups, each taking a different branch from where we'd found the blood. Then within just a few short hours, we found what we suspected to be further traces of Hiker M, including a broken fingernail and another smear of blood. But even after all these... A broken fingernail, how the hell did they find that? Kristen, what's up, dude? What have you found? The crazy. But even after all those cavers covered all those tunnels, we still didn't find our missing hiker. Now by day 3, we were going deeper than most tours ever went. My knees ached and my back was screaming, but I kept crawling, driven by the thought of that poor guy all alone down there in the dark. We didn't find anything that day either, but on the 4th day, we found something that stopped us cold. In a narrow chamber, barely big enough to kneel in, we saw scratches in the clay covering the rocky wall. Deep, frantic gouges like someone had clawed. Deep, frantic gouges like someone had clawed at the stone. One of my team shone his light on the floor, and there was a shredded glove belonging to Hiker M. There was no body, no bones, just the torn-up glove and the scratches on the wall. We reported it to the surface, and when we did, I remember how the mood shifted completely. People went from confident and hopeful that we'd get Hiker M back to the surface alive, to wondering how soon the higher-ups would just pull the plug. If a hiker gets lost, even in the tunnels under Wind Cave, finding them can actually be quite a simple process. Most Jolie Berry. What is secret of success according to me? Oh, I had such a funny fucking phone call earlier today. It was so good. So like I'm about to head to the gym and I get a phone call that just says like healthcare. So in my mind I'm like, oh, maybe that's, I don't know. I didn't know what it was supposed to be, because sometimes you get like ones where it says like scam ? Or I don't know, just telemarketer or whatever. And then I answered it, and it was like, they were like, hello, I'm calling from the Department of Border Control. I was wondering if you are aware that you had a package that was intercepted. And I'm like, what? Border Control? And they're like, yes, you had a package intercepted coming from Mexico. Are you aware that this was happening? And I was like, well, yeah, I ordered a big box of frogs. And the guy was like, what? I was like, yeah, I ordered a big box of frogs. Did you guys intercept that? And the guy was like, big box of frogs. Oh, you motherfucker. And I just started laughing. And then the guy hung up. And that was it. It was just, I don't know. It was just so fucking funny. Like, because immediately as soon as I heard them, I'm like, oh, this is a fucking scammer. Like coming up with some like made up department of Border Patrol or something like that, intercepting a package from Mexico, which would kind of line up with the drugs that I ordered, but that I don't think they were them. But it was just like so funny how like he said it and he was like, you a piece of shit. How dare you make fun of me? I'm trying to scam you out of money. This is serious business. I know, I should have recorded it. It's just, I've never actually had like one that was like so blatantly that before. Maybe because I don't really answer them ever. Okay, yeah, so Nishimura. Thank you for the 2, dude. Scammer gets scammed. It's all in my lube finally arriving. Finally, I can stay constantly moisturized. Most know to stay put, to use flares, fires, pull the plug, oh yeah, okay. I feel like I forgot where I was. Do not redeem. If a hiker gets lost, even in the I gotta really pronunciate. If a hiker gets lost, even in the tunnels under Wind Cave, finding them can actually be quite a simple process. Most know to stay put and to use flares, fires, or things in their environment to get the attention of the folks looking for them. But people who panic, people who aren't in their right minds, they tend to have real problems staying put. And it's the one who's... Man, I can't make it through a fucking single paragraph, bro. And it's the ones who panic that are... And it's the ones who panic that you really have to worry about. Because they make mistakes. Sometimes fatal ones, too. That night when I got back to my cabin after the day's search, I had trouble getting to sleep. I kept picturing Hiker M, scared out of his mind down there in the dark, with his hands tearing at the rock in desperation. I prayed that he'd stay put, maybe call out a little so we could hear him, but I don't think God passed on the message because on day 5 was the worst of all. Wait, what? But I don't think God passed on the message because day 5... Okay. Oh, and then it was funny because then I go to the gym and then I come back and I'm like getting off of a highway, kind of like transitioning into the bridge over top of the highway, and like somebody's sitting at a light on that bridge, and he's literally just like, he's sitting at the light and I'm kind of like making the turn, like passing by him. So that's like a solid like 10 seconds as I'm like kind of going slow behind traffic, and he's just like sitting in his car, hand on the wheel, like staring at the phone like really close to his face, just like completely transfixed by his phone. And then as he's staring just intently directly into his phone, in the passenger seat to his right is a boxer dog that's just like licking the shit out of like his lips and face. And he's just sitting there like staring at his phone, like doesn't even like notice it. And I immediately see it. I'm like, what's going on? And like just the whole time I'm making that turn, that dog is just like making out with this dude's lips. Like either there was like some sort of sauce or ice cream or some shit that was just like lingering on his face, but that dog was going like buck wild on him, and it was just like so funny that he did not care at all and was just like just completely locked in on Instagram Reels or something. You can die from that. Yeah, I mean the dog could have licked to the center of his skull for all I know. How do you decide when to talk normally and to talk and chat and tell stories chat versus reading the story trying to record? So I do my spooky voice when I record the story, and then I do my normal voice when I talk to people. Blimey. But I don't think God passed on the message, because day 5 was the worst of all. One of the volunteer cavers we had with us got stuck in a scroll. Man, oh my god, I cannot make it through one fucking thing. One of the volunteer cavers we had with us got stuck in a crawl space. Since he was little more than a brave hobbyist, he panicked and then started thrashing and screaming until we were able to yank him free. We got him to the surface and had a medic look him over, and he was fine, but he refused to go back in. And by day 6, we were running out of options. We'd searched every major branch and followed every lead we had, but there was still no sign of Hiker M. The NSS cavers started mapping new passages, hoping maybe they'd find a hidden chamber that Hiker M was sheltering in. But all they found were more dead ends and more empty caves. One team reported hearing what sounded like a low, breathy wheeze as they traversed sections of the tunnel, but it probably could have been the wind. The cave's breathing played tricks like that, making the wind sound like whispers or worse. In the afternoon, we made a final push past Calcite Lake, to tunnels where the walls were slick and the air felt heavy, and we crawled for hours, our lights barely cutting through the darkness, and at one point, I thought I saw Gonna read comments in spooky voice. Lamau, it's the way you were unserious, but highly possible it's happening before. I'm very serious all the time. One gorilla or 100 men? I don't know, man. I'll be the gorilla. What was the best part of the day today? Well, yeah, since my friend's power went out, like he brought over his family, and that's just been nice, you know what I mean? Nice to be able to like help people and give them some place to shelter till the power gets back. It's just like so weird to me, dude. I don't know what the deal with this like power shit is, and it's honestly part of my like conspiracy brain going like 100 million miles an hour, just because it's like, I don't know if you guys heard about, there were some pretty big power outages over in like Spain and Portugal, I think, and you know, they said they ruled out any, like, it was such a large amount of like gigawatts that it was like borderline an act of war, you know what I mean, kind of thing. Yo, BB Jean, thank you for 10 gifters, holy shit. To Vixa, Shelby, Miss Rage, Binny's, Dwacky, Dr. McNinja Greg, Faded Chicken Tender, Brandy Ayers, Cha Cha Chubs, and Mashona. Thank you, friends. Giggity giggity gifts. Thank you, thank you. BB Jean, very, very kind. Welcome, friends. You know I have access to bonus content. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal was, because, like, there's a few prevailing theories. I mean, maybe there's more information. I didn't really, like, look into it too deeply, but my first inclination is, like, the fact that the government didn't, like, really make any statements out of the gate was, like, kind of like a weird thing, to the point where it's like, do they want to, like, avoid stating it was like some type of like act of war, you know what I mean, from some foreign entity of sorts, and then as that was happening, but then at the same time I'm like, maybe it was, I don't know, some infrastructure failure. Maybe it was like, I know sometimes like whenever the sun has like more activity, like solar flares and all that kind of stuff, there could be like radiation coming from the sun that just like causes shit to shut down, which honestly I don't know how prepared we are for that. What state am I in? Pennsylvania. And then there was like, you know, massive power outages like all throughout Pennsylvania, like hundreds of thousands of people without power today. And I'm like, oh fuck, dude. And I know it was issues from that storm, like it definitely correlated with that storm, but I'm just like, what the hell, man? That storm came and went so fast, you know? You can always eat people. Yeah, I'd rather not. They're yucky. We're not prepared no matter how much studying I think anyone can do. I mean, you can try your best, like, individually to have, like, a generator and supplies and weaponry and shit just to, like, look out for yourself, but I don't know. And it worries me because, I mean, that's, like, one of the prevailing conspiracy theories is just, like, that's how you transition to the next part. You know, like, that's the next thing, right? The next big operation is Operation Knockoff Power and make everybody stew for all of summer. Wouldn't matter after day 40. I mean, I guess that would be a way to, like, who knows how many people would die after, like, even just 40 days. I don't know. Or imagine, like, a year. Imagine, like, years without power. That would be freaking insane. I honestly don't even really know how I would. I mean, I guess my job would be over. YouTube would be done forever, right? I wouldn't be able to upload. I wouldn't be able to make any money. I'd have to just go start sucking on toes in the street, probably. The oldest job. I don't know. You could do a show on the Wasteland Wireless. What's that about? All forage for you, Joel, and keep you shaded from the sun. Thank you, guys. Well, we can start our commune at that point. Do you do YouTube full-time? Yeah. I don't think we were prepared we would die. Yeah, I don't think any of us are. I mean, it sucks because it's like, to be the person that's like super prepared for that kind of stuff, you almost have to be like a little bit obsessive, a little bit wacky. And the worst part is like, even if you're that type of person, it's like you need a lot of resources and money to make it happen. Well, maybe to an extent. And who even knows how long you last in a situation like that. More than half my area lose power for at least a day due to a squirrel causing havoc in one of the substations every year. That's funny. What if that's just what they just blame it on, the squirrels, even though they just want to do rolling brownouts? Just to give the grid a system to chill, time to chill. I got a perfect plan of what I would do in various types of apocalypses. What would it be? 95% of the plan is just die. Yeah, I don't know. It would be weird to just like think how insane you would feel after just like a week of like not eating, you know what I mean? How weak you would feel, how like crazed your brain would be. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Maybe like, this is fasting, this is mental clarity. We crawled for hours, our lights barely cutting through the darkness, and at one point, I thought I saw a shadow move just beyond my beam, but when I swung my light, there was nothing there. On the 7th day, we called it. Our superintendent was the one who made the final decision, but everyone agreed that after 7 days, with no sign of life, there was very little chance that Hiker M was still with us. We'd risked our lives, and I'd have done it all again in a heartbeat if I was told to. But in all that time, we found nothing but little scrapes and blood. Hiker M was down there. We had no doubt about that. But at that stage, we also knew that it might take months, maybe even years, before anyone was able to bring him home. I heard Hiker F broke down sobbing when he got the news that the search had been called off, and we suspected that his friend was deceased. That was a rough one on the superintendent. He just didn't know what to tell that poor guy. And when all was said and done and the search was over, I filed my report, but the question still lingered, obviously. And I kept going back to that cave for work, leading tours and checking paths, but it's really never the same for any of us. We had to upgrade security around the cave entrance to ensure that it didn't happen again, and visitor numbers took a real dive for a while. Months later, a caver found something in a remote section of the tunnel. You see, it was a single hiking boot in Hiker M's size, completely buried in clay. No blood, no other sign of the missing hiker, just that one boot. We added it to the file, but it really doesn't change much. The cave, I guess, has taken him. I don't know. The cave had taken him, and it obviously wasn't giving him back. I still work at Wind Cave, I still walk its trails and the tunnels underneath them, but I don't go deep anymore, not unless I have to. And when I do, I keep my light on and my eyes peeled, and I try not to think about what might be down there in the dark. He went to get ice cream. Crazy part is that I'm in an upscale neighborhood. The CEO of Xerox lived there for decades ago. Wait, what are you talking about? I really want to learn more about canning and preserving food. Yeah, you could do it. Probably not too hard. Get lots and lots of mason jars and whatever other goo is necessary to keep stuff preserved. I don't know, it's weird sometimes when you think about life in the sense of survival, because who knows, maybe it makes life a little more exciting. But as soon as things like break it down into that sort of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's, I don't know, you don't get too excited for the future anymore. Bury a hole in the ground for the potatoes. There you go. Just take your air fryer out. You have military food, probably spoiled now. It's having your own stockpile of food. Okay, I guess you're ready to rock and roll. What would happen to the iPad kids? They would just start picking up like flat rocks and like tapping them, wondering why they're not responding. Economical state we're in every day is survival. Yeah, but I mean like real survival. Like obviously there's the day-to-day, but you tend to know like what the routine will lead to food, you know, kind of like a mouse looking for cheese. But imagine if you were a mouse looking for cheese with really no anticipation of ever finding it. I'm a park ranger, and in 2017 I was stationed at Kings Canyon National Park. I bunked at the Grant Grove cabins along with my coworker Tom, who was in a separate cabin nearby. One night after a long day of patrols, I was ready for bed and had just changed into my sleep clothes when I heard voices coming from outside my cabin. I listened as the voices grew louder as they got closer, but they didn't sound calm or casual. They sounded scared, high-pitched, and desperate. Seconds later, I had just got back on him after a massive storm in Pittsburgh. Wish I had a survival kit. Didn't have power for over a day. Yeah, it's all over Pennsylvania, dude. It's freaking crazy. I'm thankful that it's like supposedly supposed to be back up by like 5 p.m. tomorrow for most people around here, but I don't know. Initially, they said it might not be till the end of the week, so just weird. I'm like, what the fuck? That storm like just came and went so fast. 17 minutes. Shit on everything. Did you hear about the prankster YouTuber Vitaly got arrested? Yeah, there's a lot of those guys just like in different countries getting arrested, and it's like they can't get away with it over in those places. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know. Their whole existence for the most part and just like trolling people and bothering people just seems so freaking miserable. I mean, because like every one of your videos to like maintain attention is essentially like putting your life in danger in some way. Does Pennsylvania have a power grid? Let's look it up. I don't really know. I don't think so. I think, isn't Texas the only one that... What is Pennsylvania's power grid situation? The power grid situation is insane. Searching. Pointless corner of YouTube designed solely to entertain the same kind of dull, boring people who think they're hilarious. Yeah, that's... rising electricity costs impact infrastructure pull-up. Large power plants and provide substantial tax incentives to projects that supply electricity to grid. Wait. Does PA have its own grid? Pennsylvania has a lot of secrets. No, Pennsylvania does not operate on its own independent power grid. Instead, it's part of the PJM Interconnection, a regional transmission organization, RTO, that coordinates the movement of wholesale electricity across a vast area encompassing all parts of 13 states and the District of Columbia. The PJM Interconnection is headquartered in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, and serves approximately 65 million people. Holy shit. I didn't realize that we're the fucking... I guess we do kind of have our own grid, but we supply everybody else. It manages a high-voltage electricity grid that includes over 1,400 generating sources and 88,333 miles of transmission lines. PJM ensures grid reliability, oversees long-term regional transmission planning, and operates a competitive wholesale electricity market. Did China knock off the grid in Spain? I think I'll read your story this time or another time. Is it have to do with park rangers? So, as of now, there's no evidence that China was involved in the recent power grid failure in Spain on April 28, 2025. Spain and Portugal experienced one of Europe's most significant blackouts, affecting tens of millions of people and disrupting transportation, communication, and essential services. The blackout began around 12:30 p.m. local time when Spain's electricity demand dropped by approximately 60% within seconds, a loss of about 15 gigawatts. This suddenly drop destabilized the grid, leading to cascading failures that extended into Portugal and parts of southern France. The disruption lasted into the evening, with power gradually restored by the following day. Was it a cyber attack? Initial speculations included the possibility of cyber attacks. However, Spain's grid operator, Red Eléctrica de España, conducted a preliminary assessment and ruled out a cyber attack as the cause of the blackout. REE stated there was no evidence of any intrusion in the electrical network control systems. Similarly, Portuguese grid operator REN reported no signs that the blackout was caused by a cyber attack, while some officials, such as Andalusia's regional president João Moreno, have not entirely dismissed the possibility of a cyber attack. There is currently no concrete evidence linking any foreign actor, including China, in the incident. What caused the blackout? The exact cause remains under investigation. Preliminary findings suggest the blackout was triggered by two significant disconnection events in southwestern Spain, possibly involving solar power generation. These events led to instability in the electrical system and a breakdown of interconnections with France, causing the collapse of the Spanish power system. At the time of the outage, over 64% of Spain's power came from renewable sources. Preliminary solar... Wow, that's kind of interesting. So the renewable sources are kind of dog shit? Is that what it's saying? At the time of the outage, over 64% of Spain's power came from renewable sources, preliminary solar and wind. The high reliance on renewables, which lack the inertia provided by traditional fossil fuel plants, may have contributed to the grid's vulnerability to sudden disruptions. Interesting, dude. Does that mean that they're going to get away from renewables then? And be like, fuck this shit, it sucks? Or maybe they'll try to find a way to like maintain that inertia in some fashion? Or some other varied form of renewables? Sounds like propaganda. Well, honestly, I'd be surprised that they even like described renewables and its lack of inertia as being the cause, because that in itself would be something that they would probably want to avoid discussing. That's what they want people to believe, dumb people. Why would that be dumb? I mean, if that's the explanation. Because honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing about lack of the inertia provided by traditional fossil fuels, which, I mean, I don't know what's abstract about that or even contentious, to be honest. 2 billion hamsters. That's what we should need to do. We need to get more hamsters on the job. Your sleeping toddler just kicked me right in the back of the neck. Yeah, dude. Hanging out with my buddy and his kids and like the toddlers, man, they are crazy. It's like having like a puppy bite you in the face while you're sleeping. It's like that, but with humans all the time. EVs are a great alternative, but not a replacement, for sure. Hey Joe, love you. So I'm feeling depressed the last few weeks. I'm happy to report that I'm actually feeling a lot better today. I'm getting coffee in with my crush on Friday nights, dude. Don't forget to work out, Jonah. You'll feel a lot better. And try to do something for yourself, you know what I mean? Build yourself towards something, like a project or something, or a goal. That's what they want you to believe, which would solar anything... Wait, what? That's what they want you to believe, while would solar anything be an issue? What do you mean? Why would it not? I think it just said, didn't it, that it was... Oh, I'll have it explain it. Like we're 5. Because I'm 5 and I don't know much about it anyways, and I think it's not really helpful to immediately assume it's propaganda, which lack the inertia provided. Okay. Explain why. Yeah, explain why, and then refers to a key technical difference between traditional power sources and renewable energy systems and how they support grid stability. What is inertia in the power grid? In this context, inertia means the natural resistance to sudden changes in frequency that large spinning generators, like those in coal, gas, and nuclear plants, provide. These generators are physically heavy and rotate at a constant speed, typically synchronized with a frequency of 50 or 60 hertz. When a disturbance, like a sudden drop in a power supply or demand spike, happens, these spinning masses keep turning briefly, providing a buffer that keeps the grid stay stable while automated systems react. This is called rotational inertia or mechanical inertia. Why renewable sources lack inertia? Most renewable sources, especially solar panels and wind turbines, are connected to the grid using inverters, which convert DC to AC. These systems don't have large spinning masses, so they don't inherently provide the same kind of mechanical inertia, can't naturally resist frequency shifts without adding technology, rely on software-based synthetic inertia, which can help but is not yet universally implemented or is reliable in millisecond scale events. the problem with grid vulnerability. When the grid is heavily reliant on renewables without inertia, any major disturbances, such as a solar farm dropping offline, can cause rapid frequency drops or spikes, instability across interconnections, especially in complex high-demand areas, a cascading failure if backup systems and synthetic inertia aren't fast enough. This is believed to be part of what happened on April and blackout in Spain. What do you think caused the sudden drop within the grid? I don't know. Solar flares? Question mark. Simone Archibald with the 5 months. Good day, Butter Socks from down under. Good day, Simone. Thank you. Good to see ya. Joel's advice: work out, drug bad, live, laugh, love. I mean, honestly, that's what it is at the end of the day. I think we exist in a lot of ways, in a lot of like modern issues that really could just be primarily, at least mitigated to a large degree by just socializing, doing physical exercise, and just doing things that we're spiritually designed to do, you know what I mean? Probably the only way I'd learn about things. Okay, no, massive power outages that struck Spain and Portugal was not caused by solar flare. This theory has been debunked by multiple credible sources. What actually happened, the blackout was triggered by 2 sudden near simultaneous losses of power generation in southwestern Spain, likely involving solar facilities. These events caused a rapid drop of 15 gigawatts, right? 6% of Spain electricity demand in just 5 seconds. This destabilized the grid, leading to cascading failures that extended into Portugal. Right. Why were solar flares rolled out? Wait, okay. Solar flares can indeed disrupt power grids by inducing geomagnetic storms, but such events are rare and typically well documented. In this case, there was no recorded solar activity that could have affected Earth's magnetic field to an extent necessary to cause a blackout. Therefore, the theory that a solar... Well, then, what do you think caused the sudden drop-off of 15 gigawatts? Joel, debunking. Careful, guys. We're about to debunk this shit. We're about to throw it in a bunk bed. I get it. Where I am in Canada, people have solar panels and sell back energy despite our winters. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know if that's related, but yeah, I think there's, you know what I mean? It's just different physics. Essentially, it's just different physics. Like, I get it, you know? Fossil fuels bad, renewable good. Like, that's a good... But, I mean, if you really want to, like, actually learn about it, you got to dig into it a little bit. Spain is one of the largest solar power producers in Europe. On that day, solar accounted for a significant portion of generation. Spain often exceeds 40 to 50% renewables in the day. It's possible that an automated safety systems at solar farms tripped offline either due to a voltage or frequency anomaly, software or control error, grid communications fault, grid balancing failure, a central grid balancing algorithm. Wait, so it might have been a computer system fail? Which then I feel like we keep like asking more questions, you know what I mean? A central grid balancing algorithm, communication between disrupted generators, timing and frequency response services, segmented the grid called islanding, overloaded adjacent lines, forced automatic shedding of massive generation capacity. Was not a cyber attack ruled out by Spain and Portugal's grid operators, solar flare, geomagnetic event. Bottom line, most likely cause a software or system triggered near simultaneous disconnection of large-scale solar power facilities due to grid instability or transmission systems fault exacerbated by low inertia and insufficient. Malice the Gray. I don't think I've had that notification before, but he's hosting a party of one. Thank you, dude. Over on Twitch. What up, Twitchians? All right, exacerbated by low inertia, insufficient backup. Okay, so it seems it's leaning into a software or system malfunction, but I don't know. That begs a lot more questions that I don't think we're going to get the answers to if they don't think it's a cyber attack. Because then that would lead like me to wonder, was it just like something about the software that's faulty in general? Like I don't really get it. Joel called me today asking for my social security number, debit card information for a raffle. I hope I win. I think you will. But you weren't the only one, so good luck. Someone in the comment section tried to argue with me about people using solar panels in Connecticut where I live and how it's stupid. Explained that everybody using them all over the state, not me, dog. I mean, I've not heard the greatest things. I hear a lot of it has to be replaced pretty frequently, and it's tough. It's a tough thing, you know what I mean? Like fossil fuels and those technologies have been around for a long time, and there's a lot of clear weaknesses to renewable energies that sometimes are just not as efficient, and you kind of have to make that decision yourself on whether you're like fossil fuels, renewables, cost effectiveness, faults, all that kind of shit. It's good to dig into it. You don't want to like let something as like simplistic as your energy turn into like a left versus right identity politic nonsense. Like you really should try and like discuss it from a very factual perspective. I run on solar. The hardest part is gathering the battery bank storage and keeping up with those. And we don't have to constantly replace stuff. Okay. That's good. I run on Joler power, yeah. Seconds later, I heard a frantic knocking on my cabin door. I grabbed my flashlight and pulled on my boots, still in my sweatpants and t-shirt as I opened the door. Now in front of me were two young women, looking pale and scared. One had a jacket tied around her shoulder, and I could see blood soaking through it. She clutched her arm, wincing as her breath came through, and gasped. I didn't need to ask what was wrong, as it was clear that something terrible had just happened. I brought them inside and turned on the cabin's light. The woman with the bloody jacket collapsed onto the floor, and her friend kneeled beside her. I asked to see the wound on her shoulder, and when I did, my stomach started tying itself into knots. It looked like a bite wound, a deep one, but it wasn't shaped like some animal. One of the girls said that they heard someone walking behind them along the path. Oops, I read that wrong. When I asked them what the hell happened, one of the girls said that they'd heard someone walking behind them along the path, and then when they turned to see who it was, a naked man started running at them, tackled one of them, then sank his teeth directly into her shoulder. And he didn't let go until one of the girls kicked him right in the balls. But after rolling around in pain for a minute, the guy got up and started chasing them again. I grabbed my radio and called Tom, telling him to come over, and he was there in minutes, and he had the same reaction I did when he saw that bite pattern. I told Tom to stay with the girls and keep them safe. If whoever did that came back, he needed to protect them. I grabbed my duty belt, clipped my holster, and checked my pistol, and I then put on my ranger jacket and stepped outside into the night. I didn't know what I was walking into, but I knew those women needed our help, and all of that stuff in that moment was absolutely insane, but my mind was clear. I moved slowly through the woods. My flashlight was trying to cut through the darkness as I scanned the spaces between the trees. I had my pistol at my hand, and the safety was off, but I kept it low as I forced myself to try and breathe steady. I'd been trained for situations like this, though I'd never faced one quite so insane. A nude man was chasing women, and he'd bit one of them. None of it made any sense, but still, here I was, and I had to find him. I followed a trail near the cabins, one that led toward a meadow that the girls had ran through. Since they both come from that direction, I figured their attacker might still be out in that area. Everything in the forest was quiet. I didn't hear any voices or footsteps, and I stopped every few seconds to listen out as my flashlight was sweeping. And then I heard it. A rustle, like someone moving fast through the underbrush. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, but there was nothing, just branches swaying. I stepped forward. My grip was tightening on my pistol as I heard another noise to my left, closer this time. This guy's gonna get his wiener bit off. Leon Kennedy. It's the greased up guy from Family Guy, I hope so. Wart. The 2 billion hamsters, honestly we need to start breeding them. CIA, Black Project, get it going. Maybe we can use poop for power? No, they'll be mad about that too. Someday we'll figure out plasma, power fusion, or aquifers. I heard something about gathering electricity from rain. Do I have a garden? Kinda. It's not great. Last couple streams have been fire, thank you. But you were bit in the face by a sleeping dog. I need to know the answer to this. Let's read. Oh, my buddy was. He got bit by his puppy in the face to wake him up. It's St. Bernard. But honestly, it's the same sort of situation with a toddler. Just kick you in the face. And you're like, why aren't you awake? Because I'm sleeping. Poop joke count 69, bro. I can't stop. I'm addicted. Once I found peak humor, I can't go back. Electricity from water. Let's look it up. I heard about it somewhere. Can they gather electricity from water? It's against the law to collect a certain amount of rain, I swear. I don't know. Hydroelectric dams, traditional method. Water is stored in a reservoir. Yeah, we know that. Run of the river systems use natural flow. Pumped storage, hydropower, act like a giant... Well, tidal and wave energy, micro hydro systems, small-scale systems, individual home... Well, no. No, something new. Something recent. Look it up. It's like when you tell the person who you're arguing with in the comments, look it up. You can look it up, dude. I'm not going to look it up for you, even though I'm arguing that point. Rainwater energy harvesting. Researchers have developed a method to generate electricity from falling rain using vertical tubes. As rainwater flows through these tubes, it creates a plug flow that separates electrical charges, allowing for energy collection. In tests, the system powered 12 LED lights for 20 seconds, showcasing potential for small-scale energy generation in urban areas. There you go. We can try it. When we build our compound, we can try that. What's worse, Facebook humor or Reddit humor? I know Facebook humor is pretty cringe because it's like all the memes that you've seen 2 years ago finally make it over there. And it's just like shit that boomers will like, you know what I mean? All getting like filtered to their perspectives. But Reddit humor, I don't even know what's on Reddit anymore. Like, I don't get on Reddit. There's like no, I mean, there's some stuff you might like stumble across Reddit to like find information or something, but for the most part, I don't really know where Reddit. I don't even know where you're supposed to find humor. You know what, we're gonna go there right now. We're gonna look at Reddit r/jokes. Here's their jokes. Let's go. Your mama's so fat, you got her a brand new 1 terabyte iPhone 16, and her first picture said memory full. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. I don't know why you needed all the details about the iPhone. Maybe they're trying to sell them. A man is watching porn on his PC. He's a Redditor in his own home office when his wife walks in and he quickly switches to golf videos. She hands him mail that arrived, and as she leaves the office, says to her husband, switch back to the porn. You already know how to play golf. Whoa, got him, dude. The ugly wife joke. This one's gonna be good. The ugly wife. When I was a priest in a small village on the outskirts of Naples. That's pretty funny, Naples. I once officiated the wedding of the ugliest girl I had ever seen. After the ceremony, her father came up to me and asked, Father, how much do I owe you for the service? I gave my usual answer. The church accepts donations based on how beautiful you think the bride is. He paused, turned to look at his daughter for a moment, then handed me 10 euros. I gave him 5 back. Oh, that was the punchline. Like, he thinks he's a 10 out of 10. She thinks the 5 out of 10. See, that's a Facebook quality meme right there. That's the one that'll have people putting the cry emoji below it. Oh my god, this shit's so funny. I'm crying, bro. I'm crying, man. I'm fucking crying, bro. It just seems like their jokes have like way too much text. Like, why are they add so much like information? Rafflecopter. You're a millennial and only have Facebook. Thanks, guys. It's fine, dude. It's just that you have to understand that you're not going to get any funnier being on that website, but you're also not going to get any funnier elsewhere. Which website right now, which social media website is the funniest? Do you guys think? I swung my flashlight toward the sound, but there was nothing, just branches swaying. I stepped forward. My tight was gripping, Jesus. I stepped forward. My grip was tightening on my pistol as I heard another noise to my left, closer that time. I turned and my light caught something pale moving between the trees. It was him. Those girls were correct. And he didn't have any clothing on him. And now he was running. Not towards me, but parallel, like he was almost circling me. I shouted for him to stop, but he didn't. I then tried my best to keep my light on him, but he was really fast. My flashlight bounced, and as I... Inspa, what's up? My flashlight bounced as I chased him, which was very disorienting. I lost sight of him for a moment, and then I saw him again, much closer than before. I called out again, ordering him to stop, and I remember how he turned with this wild look in his eyes, and before I could react, he rushed me, and my God, was he fast. A split second later, his body slammed into mine, and we both hit the ground. My flashlight was knocked out of my hand as his own hands grabbed at me. Okay, maybe just hands. AOL chat, funniestwebsite.com. Yahoo Funny. You only have YouTube? Well, that's kind of sweet. This is a diverse community. Yeah, we got a lot of people from different walks of life, you know what I'm saying? Everybody here is a DEI hire. I pay all of you to be at my streams. I don't remember if you answered this question before. Do you like Theo Von? Yeah, I like Theo Von. I think he's funny. His stand-up's like not as good as his... Like his stand-up's funny, but it's not as good as like his just off-the-cuff, random kind of thoughts that come out of his head. Like I love listening to what he has to say about shit. He's like, man, what's the deal with the potato head doll? Like, that looked like my Uncle Jimmy back when he got his testicles shaved. Nah, I don't even remember what Theo Von sounds like at this point. If I had a spare missile. My flashlight was knocked out of my hand as his hands grabbed at me. I felt his breath on my face and felt how terrifyingly strong he was. Shit. My flashlight was knocked out of my hand as his hands grabbed at me. I felt his breath on my face as I felt how terrifyingly strong he was, and my panic was surging, but I fought it down. What? I was panicking, but I fought against it. My pistol was still in my hand. I twisted my body up, trying to free up some space for myself, but he was heavy, pinning me down with his fingers, starting to... Oh my God. I twisted my body up, trying to free up some space for myself, but he was heavy, pinning me down with his fingers digging into my arms. Finally, I managed to pull my arm free, and the first chance I got, I fired. The shot was loud, and his body jerked the second I pulled the trigger. A groan suddenly escaped him, and I felt his grip loosen. I pushed him off and then scrambled to my feet. Then I grabbed my flashlight and pointed at him along with my gun. He was on the ground, clutching at his stomach, groaning in pain, but I felt exactly zero sympathy for him. If he died, so be it, because it'd either be him or me, I thought in that moment. I kept my pistol on him, but my hands were shaking. He wasn't moving much. He was just curled up and groaning in pain, and he didn't seem like a threat to me, but I still didn't take any chances. I radioed for help, telling dispatch where I was and what had happened, and after that I cuffed the guy, careful not to touch his blood. He didn't fight. He was just laying there, still groaning in pain. And I just stayed put, my light and gun still on him until help eventually arrived. Other rangers and paramedics came quickly. They took him away on a stretcher while the woman with the bite wound got it treated and cleaned and bandaged. She obviously needed stitches, a lot of them too, and maybe even a rabies shot or something if the situation was really that bad. But they were safe. I went back to my cabin after it was all over. My hands were still trembling as I washed the dirt off my face, and I remember tossing my sweatpants into the trash because there was a big rip down the seat of them. Then I just sat on my bed staring at the wall, trying to process what the hell just happened, all while the forest outside went quiet again, like nothing had even happened. The man did survive the gunshot wound, and he was later sent to prison and charged with aggravated assault. And those women sent me a letter addressed to me and Tom thanking us for saving them. And I kept it in my desk, though I don't read it. The man survived the gunshot. He was later sent to prison, charged with the aggravated... Man, my God, I cannot write. Is the streaming on a regular basis? Yeah, it's usually the night before streams, so every Sunday and Wednesday. What day is today? Wednesday? Yeah. And then new videos every Monday and Thursday. Happy birthday. Wait, whose birthday is it? Mama. Oh, happy birthday, Mama. You were born 40 minutes ago. You're a 40-minute baby. The man survived the gunshot, and he later went to prison, charged with aggravated assault, and the women sent a later address to... Dude, I cannot read. I'm like developing dyslexia as the stream goes on. He later went to prison, charged with aggravated assault, and the women sent a letter addressed to me and Tom thanking us for saving them that day. The eventual toxicology report came back saying that that guy was on a cocktail of an insane amount of crap. Obviously so. Who would do something so insane if not? But I kept that letter in my desk, though I don't read it as often as I used to. Half of a ranger's job is about protecting people, but that night tested me in a way I'd never expected. I'm glad I was there, glad I could help, but I also hope that I never have to face anything that insane ever again. Tammy Sanders, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And Sad Girl Kyla, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, guys. Welcome, welcome. Today's trash day for me, and Joel isn't dyslexic. He is just a Gemini, yeah. Now you have access to the spy cam in my toilet. That would be so fucking funny if there was just... that was somebody's like Patreon tier, was just like a live stream of from inside their toilet bowl. Roki the Fur, thank you for the big 10 gifters. To KK, Miss Cookie Creeper Lover, Anton K, Michelle Abbott, Miss Mamas, Mushy, Nikki Mastrangelo, Bebo 1800, Jetserit, Jose Flores, welcome friends. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Roki the Fur. Very kind. Hey, Water and Tarot, what's up, dude? What is new? Any updates for us Geminis? What kind of perks do you get? Basically once a month I'll like produce like a, you know, content for that's only, you know, accessible to those who are signed up. You also get a green name, which is super exciting. And then you get a bunch of emojis. Let's see what emojis we got. This one, 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 and this one. I wonder if I can add more. I feel like I need to add like way more emojis. It's my girlfriend Anna's birthday Sunday. Can you wish her a birthday for me, Fasto? Absolutely. Happy birthday to you, Anna. Annabelle. Hope you guys have a good day. Do most of these stories involve real events? Yeah, you know, I guess like people send them in. I just kind of have to suspend my disbelief on whether it's true or not, honestly. I guess I like to assume they're true, but I guess at the same time, who fucking knows anymore? To me, I don't even really care, as long as they're interesting and cool. I guess some of them you can verify if you really want to look into it and stuff. What sign would I guess you are? Probably a Skooglemorts. Skiggly Wiggly. Alright. So that was story 2. The cryptid, more like a craptid. The poop monster. That's the 70th poop joke of the night. The zodiac is hard to understand because unless two people were born at the same time, same place, when their chart is the same, but everyone is different by minute to minute. Really? Is it like star to star or something? I thought they were just like, you're sort of just generalized based on like monthly cutoffs or some shit. I don't know how it all works. When are you gonna do more paranormal stories? Honestly, I'm probably gonna do paranormal stories related to, for the next bonus content. Which I might record this weekend, because we got a compilation on Monday, so that'll give me some time to do it. Do it. That was only story 2. Well, this one coming up is story 3. Waffle House stories. I actually did that. That's already on the channel if you look into it. All right. I have different placements which are compatible or not. Scorpio Sun, Aries Moon here. Yeah, what got you into all that kind of stuff and tarot and things of that nature? And do you ever play with the Ouija board? And do you have a demon that follows you anywhere? And do you do any magic spells? And can you levitate? And do you like chicken nuggets? And do you like dolphins? And are you afraid of the dark like me? And are you going to college? And would you go to college? A broken heart many years ago. Ah, so you put a hex on the man. I see. You used your powers for evil. Do you like tabby cats and tofu? And are you a witch? And are you scary? And do you eat children? Back in the day, I had this buddy named Mike. We used to drink at the same bar that showed Tigers games. A good witch, no black magic. Dang. We used to drink at the same bar. Then after we got talking following a game one night, we became regular drinking partners. And Mike turned out to be a pretty solid guy. The kind that you could count on to have your back in an emergency. We'd talk about all kinds of things whenever we'd shoot the breeze over a few beers. You know the stuff. Sports, work, women, news. But after a while, I realized there was this one thing about Mike that I didn't know much about. His past. I knew that he grew up in the Southwest, and I knew that he moved over to New Mexico for a while. But it hit me that I had no idea why he moved or what he did down there. It turns out he used to be a park ranger out in the desert someplace, but then, instead of talking about the job or telling me a few stories, Mike says to me, I don't really like talking about it. I didn't ask any more questions. I can't say that I wasn't curious, but I figured that he'd talk about it when he was good and ready. Now, we were living up in Salt Ste Marie. What the hell is that? Like Salt Lake City? Salt Lake City. Sault Ste. Marie. Okay, I never heard of that. You know what I was thinking? Some people get like mad when you don't know things. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think how weird and abstract that is? To get mad at someone when someone doesn't know something. Like sometimes it feels a little bit weird. Like if I were to come across a 65-year-old man and they didn't know how to tie their shoes, it would be a bit odd to me. But like if you really sit and think about it, it's like sometimes people just don't know stuff because they don't know it. You know what I mean? They don't know it because then no one ever told them and it never was plugged into their brain, and then, but, you know, now you tell them about it and now they know it, and there's really no need to be rude or laugh about it or be like gawking at them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right. Can I, like, it's like the only time in your life you're allowed to ever learn anything in most people's eyes sometimes is when you're like the age 0 to like 17. And then the second you become an adult, if you don't know fucking every goddamn thing ever, yeah, you have to be ridiculed and killed and strung up to be crucified. It's just weird to me. Like, I don't know. Maybe they just never had any need for that type of knowledge that you have had since you were 4. They just never went down that same exact path of abstract historical information, you know what I mean? Or how to say a place, or, you know, how to cook the perfect reverse sear steak. Like, it's just, I don't know, pretty bad at history and math. But that's the thing, is you're not really bad at history or math. You just like never had an interest or a use for history or math to the extent that some people did, you know? Like, there literally are kids who are good, like people now as adults who were good at math just because when they were fucking 5 years old, they answered a math question correctly and the teacher said, "Good job, you're the coolest guy ever and I love you forever." And they're like, wow. And they found some like weird identity in getting math problems correctly and then like proceeding to like learn it at an appropriate rate. You know, it's the same with history. Like somebody just like found some strange sense of like abstract satisfaction in history when they were younger, or maybe later. And it's just, you know, things happen in all sorts of different variations between human to human, and it's just like strange to me whenever like people act like they're somehow superior, you know what I mean? Because the same amount of information or the same human experience wasn't had by all. Like, it's just, it's weird how they can't contemplate that. But yeah, 5 times 3 is 15, and now you know. Hyperlexic. I'm bad at math. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, oh that's right. You read a shit ton of books, don't you, Cody? What have you been reading lately? Anything cool? First house is all about yourself and penis is love, sex, romance. What's your sign, penis? Penis is in retrograde. It's retracting. 10 divided by 9. Oh, fuck. I guess 1.1, right? Or no? Is it 1.1? I don't know. I try to explain even the simplest concepts without judgment. I mean, that's all you can really do. It's just like really weird to me how some people get so pretentious about the thing they know because they hyper specialized in it in their own time for years at a time. But the person who like has just never touched upon it, it's like getting mad at somebody for like not speaking the same language as you or whatever, or like not, you know, not being impressed with like an American or something because they only speak English. It's like, well, guess what? They never had any fucking use for like any other language. Like what fucking life experience do you expect out of them? Question in church: when I was a kid and I didn't know why I got the animals B2 and she looked at me like I was the dumbest thing in the world. I didn't know about sex. Oh, the birds and the bees. Yeah. Well, right, yeah, exactly. When you're younger and somebody gives you a bad experience related to something, you're like, it's like it imprints on you, you know, like I forever am not gonna like ever be able to do this, and then it becomes like part of your identity, and then it just sort of like compounds upon itself, where like I never did it, so I better never do it. But, you know, there's no better time to learn or do something than now. Is it really a full moon? I don't think so. I think I saw the moon yesterday and it was like kind of like an under crescent. I don't know what that is. Let's ask the internet. What is a moon under crescent? Like right now. You speak Coloradian. Aw, fuck, bud. That's cool. And okay, as of May 1st, the moon is in a waning crescent, which means it's the last phase before the new moon. Oh, okay, maybe that's what you meant, new moon. The illuminated part is shrinking and it rises just before dawn. Depending on your location, you might see the crescent with the horns pointing upward, forming a U shape. That's often called a boat moon or smile moon. The crescent appears on the bottom of the moon's disk. So what's next? What's the next phases? We're going to learn moon phases right now. See? Alright, so officially there is a new moon. Is between Earth and... Okay, oh, new moon, May 6th. Moon is between Earth and Sun, not visible from Earth. Okay. And then waxing crescent, which is like coming from the right, where it's like just a crescent moon on the right. May 7th to 11th. A sliver of light returns on the right side in the northern hemisphere, visible after sunset. First quarter, which is a little bit more, almost to like half, May 13th, 2025, half the moon is illuminated, right side lit, rises around noon, and sets around midnight. Waxing gibbous, which is the Lovecraft moon, May 14th to the 19th, more than half illuminated, approaching full, visible most of the night. Full moon, May 22nd, fully illuminated, rises at sunset and sets at sunrise. Waning gibbous, where it's going back the other way. Light begins shrinking from the right side. Last quarter, May 29th, left half is illuminated, rises around midnight, sets around noon. Waning crescent, back to a shrinking sliver before the next new moon on June 5th. Interesting. So is it always from like new moon filling from like right to left? Does it depend on what side of the earth? Does it always fill throughout the month from right to left? Yes, someone says. Escape equals escape. No, it doesn't. I've been told that many times. It's not the same. Does the moon follow you too? Dude, it's crazy. I swear, everywhere I look, it's up there. In the northern hemisphere, like the US or Europe, waxing, filling, the light goes from right to left. Waning, shrinking, the light shrinks from right to left. Oh, that's cool. Meaning the left side fades last. So yes, in the northern hemisphere, the moon appears to fill from the right and empty from the left. That's crazy. In the southern hemisphere, the opposite is true. Waxing, light goes from left to right on the waxing, and then waning, light fades from right to left. That's crazy, dude. I mean, I guess I kind of heard it. You learned somewhat in school, but I just never pay attention. Interesting. Tonight we fill the moon with our waxing and waning gibbousness. Alright. I didn't ask any more questions. I can't say that I was curious, but I figured that he'd talk about it when he was good and ready. We were living up near... Oh, this was why I looked that up. I'm an idiot. My bad. An idiot. Sault Ste. Marie, okay. We were living up near Sault Ste. Marie at the time, right next to the Canadian border, so the fact that Mike had moved across the country got me thinking. He's had all that nice dry weather down there in the south, and for some reason he'd traded it for some cold gray corner of Michigan. It was just weird, and I couldn't stop myself wondering why. But like I said, I didn't press him on it. One night we were at Let's see, Sault Ste. Marie is at the tip of Michigan. That's cool. I wonder if you can get across there just by driving. Oh yeah, there's a highway that goes right into Canada. That's dope. How many moons are in my anus? Oh, it's all filled up. No vacancy. One night, we were at our usual spot, a bar called Rusty's, where the bar top was always sticky, and the jukebox only played Springsteen and Seeger. It was getting late, and I guess I had a few too many beers because I remember my curiosity suddenly getting the better of me, and I started asking Mike about his Ranger days. And his face changed. Then after a second, he said he was posted someplace dry and sandy, and then went quiet. I kept asking questions, like what the job was like and why he quit, but he shut me down quick. He said he didn't want to talk about it, and I felt this swell of regret rise in my chest. His voice wasn't mean, just firm, and I got the message. And I dropped it and never brought it up again. Now years passed, and Mike and I stayed buddies. We graduated to going to fishing on the weekends and then catching games when we could afford the tickets. He never talked about Ranger days, and I kept my word about that. Do I like reading these? Yeah, sometimes they can be pretty interesting. Sometimes I do wish that I was reading, really high-end, sci-fi short stories and shit like that. You know, borderline, episodes of Black Mirror or some shit would be cool. Or, I don't know. But I do, It's a living. Do you enjoy doing YouTube in general? Yeah. It's way better than any job I've ever had before in my life, you know what I mean? Just the sort of freedom that I get, you know what I mean? It feels like I get what I put into it, if that makes sense. I mean, sometimes I do wish things did better, but I really do feel like the amount of times that I've been able to expand or grow or do things better or connect with others has all just kind of been based on my doing, and I feel rewarded for that, I guess. Whereas I feel like a lot of jobs that I could be at right now, I could just still be there and still be pretty miserable and just complain about it till I'm dead, and that'd be it. Perfect audiobook narrator. Yeah, that'd be sweet. What kind of movies do you wish were coming out? Do I wish were coming out? I don't know, fucking anything but what is basically coming out. Because I realized somebody made a good point the other day when they talked about the Star Wars stuff. It's when's the last time you've heard about a Star Wars show or movie And it wasn't just about it because it was like some sort of controversial thing that was like making people mad, right? Like, when was the last time you heard about a Star Wars movie where people were like, oh, this one was so fucking good. This one, you know what I mean? Like, there used to be Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones and, I don't know, Saving Private Ryan or Gladiator or something, you know what I mean? Just like shit like that where they're like, bro, you need to see this fucking movie. And the fact that people talked about it, they talked about it because it was good. And now I don't even know. Like, I don't think I've ever come across like any of my friends, unless they're like brain dead MCU fans who cry when they see a fucking Aquaman trailer or some shit, you know, that like I don't have any friends that ever tell me like I need to watch something. Like, it's just so rare to come across anymore, and it just pisses me off because I'm like, are we really just getting like this bad at producing interesting shit anymore? And maybe it's a reflection of just my generation, since like millennials are the ones like kind of writing stuff now, and maybe my generation just doesn't do anything interesting to like add to their life experience to ever have like any sort of fucking ideas for stuff. But I'm like, there's got to be some geniuses out there, right, who get hired. I don't know. As a graphic designer, I find joy in working, listening to your stories. Oh, thank you. What kind of graphic design do you work on? Do I watch anime or no? I've watched quite a bit of anime. It's just, anime is weird. It's got like so, I did hear good things about Severance. Actually, it's not that I heard good things, it's just I heard about it a lot. And yeah, I don't know anything about it, which is probably a good thing. I haven't heard anything negative about it for sure. But as far as anime goes, it's just so hit or miss, you know. Some like, and for the most part with me, for anime, it's usually a miss. Like, it's great. I love animation. I love the creative ideas coming out of Japan, but sometimes I don't know. Maybe it's just too much for me sometimes. But there are stuff that I do enjoy. I mean, even whenever I like went back, I think I mentioned this before, going back and watching like Death Note, which was one of my like favorite animes ever when I was like 21. I watch it back now and it kind of just like makes me giggle, you know what I mean? Because it's so anime. Like, it's so like expositional dialogue. I sure hope they don't think about it. And if that happened, well, then this happened. But they're never going to find out, you know? And it's just like, oh my God. It's like, it's cool, it's fun, it's silly, but that's what it feels like to me now. It doesn't feel like I should forever take it seriously, you know. It's like, in a weird way, I almost feel like not that I grew out of it or anything like that. It's just like it's a bit much. You're proficient in designing logos. That's cool. Did you watch the dubbed version? That could be the issue. Yeah, I guess that's a good question, actually. I mean, but at the same time, that brings about like more of a philosophical question pertaining to, does the Japanese expression of acting and language actually translate well to an English-speaking person's ability to communicate said story? Now, a lot of people would say no, but I'm not sure if they're saying no based on the fact they just innately feel that it's annoying, or if maybe we're just not doing a great job at translating the Japanese, per se. Or maybe that's just the culture of Japan. Maybe all of their stuff, all of their works, all of their ideas are so theatrically expressive in sort of a mimetic form and an over and exaggerated form that it's almost impossible to ever generate a form of media from them that's not like diabolical laughter every 15 seconds and like people's heads exploding, you know? I don't know. Everything has to be so politically correct that nothing interesting happens because it has to be so predictable that nothing is creative anymore. Yeah, I think you kind of have to go to independent media nowadays to find stuff that's truly makes you feel something different than you feel all the time. You thought Death Note dubbed was good. It was good, you know. It was good. It was fine. But at this time, anymore, I just, like I said, it's so, I don't even know. I'm not even really sure. Like, it just really, really, really feels like adult cartoons. And that's technically what it is. But I don't know. Like, how do you maybe they just don't take anything seriously over in Japan. Maybe every creative expression is just, it has to be over the top men wearing makeup. I don't know. You know what I mean? Attack on Titan. I made it pretty far I made it like 4 episodes into Attack on Titan. It's really nothing against him, but it's just, I don't know if it's my attention span or whatever, but I watch stuff, but it's just sometimes I feel like I don't gain anything from watching media anymore. I don't say that in like a pretentious way. I mean that in the sense that, like, I like listening to people talk about ideas and thoughts and, like, history and shit. Like, that to me definitely tickles my mind quite a bit. Now, granted, I wish there were people that would take those unique thoughts and sort of strange abstract things and turn them into shows. That would be sick. Intermixing philosophy with entertainment would be fantastic, but only the most rarest and the most high quality of films, like the Minecraft movie. Yeah, exactly. If it doesn't have Jack Black in it, I'm not wasting my fucking time, man. Come on. Basically hentai. It's all hentai all day in my house. This is 24/7. A lot of people don't sleep on the storylines on hentai, to be honest with you. Danny DeVitas. He never talked about his ranger days, and I kept my word about never asking. But then one night, out of the blue, I guess he just changed his mind. We were at my place, sitting on the back porch with a couple of drinks, when Mike leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and asked if I wanted to hear a ghost story. He sounded serious, but from the way he said it, I figured he was about to tell me some kind of campfire story. But in actual fact, it was the story of why he left the Park Service, and why he moved to Michigan, and why he never talked about it. Mike said it all happened back in 1990, and his... Oops. Now, that being said about anime, like, I would still love to, like, do the voices and shit, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. I don't know. You're considering watching Gintama. I don't even know about it. It's Jack Black and Viagra. That's all you need. Pull the lever. Why do you record these and make cuts in between to talk to... Wait, so you record these and make cuts in between to talk to chat? Yeah, like I have 2 separate things. Like, one is recording... One's just for the live stream, and one's for... I got 2 phones, basically. Why do people hate Jack Black so much? I don't, honestly. I can see why people would get annoyed with Jack Black, because he's always like, fuck yeah, fucking zibbity-dabbity-doo, libbity-dow, shim, blah, 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 blah. Like, I get why that would be Obama, like, why that would be annoying. I totally get it. But I just think he's fun. I just think he's a fun, like, ever since I was younger, watched, like, Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny, and it just was so fucking funny, and all of his other stuff that he was in. It was just like, every time you saw him, you're like, hell yeah, here we go, baby, this is comedy. This is comedy, man. Nacho Libre, just all that stuff. It's the Pick, a Destiny child, we'll be rocking with the fucking insane. The Pick. He's always like twiddling his fingers like, sweet little sunshine, and it's very much like when you get Jack Black, that's who you're gonna get. He's gonna be the guy that steals the show through some sort of improvisational mannerisms that go above and beyond. But honestly, a movie that I think he was really pretty underrated for, and that I thought he did a fantastic job in, was King Kong. Do a kickflip. Do you guys remember King Kong with Jack Black? It was good. I thought it was really good, and I like that it was kind of like paced out in like a longer movie, and then like changed it up when they went back, kind of, you know, obviously King Kong style, which then like Jurassic Park Lost World sort of mirrored, which was really cool. But yeah, it was just fun. Like, he was sort of like this eccentric character, but I thought he did it in a very like tactful and tasteful way that wasn't like overbearing, and it felt perfect for him, you know what I mean? What's my favorite thing to do? Oh, fucking just eat a shit ton of pizza, probably, and like shovel it into my mouth till I'm like sick and I hate myself. My experience with the unknown is super off the books. There are beings on every planet in our solar system, even the sun. What have you seen? Tell us of your travels. I think about the King Kong movie with the guy who blows himself up for no reason. In that movie, in King Kong? Which was it? Did you like Shallow Hal? I did like Shallow Hal, but it's been so long. Same with School of Rock. I like vaguely remember it for some reason. Do we have Canada Dry? We do, yeah. Canada Dry. We got Schweppies. Schweppes. I used to joke if I was on like a Hollywood studio, I was like, I'm not doing nothing till I've had my Schweppes. You played Days Gone Remastered? Wait, what? They're remastering Days Gone? The game just came out, did it not? How is that even in remaster territory at all at this point? YouTube sucks with notifications. Totally screws my channel. Get set notification to all and you won't receive any. Yeah. Will there not be a stream this Sunday? Also tell Pradeep I love him. Thanks. I will. And thank you for 1 year, Andrea. There will be a stream this Sunday. I'm going to record bonus content, I think. And then Monday will also be a compilation. Who knows? Maybe if I'm not busy, I'll even do Saturday as well. Canada Dry, Mexico Wet, Asian. They're good drinks. Sip them down, slug them back. That came out 6 years ago. Right. Well, I don't know if are you saying that in the sense, because I mean, like, we just got Oblivion, right, remastered, which was like a solid, which I think was solid, you know? I definitely felt like a remastered version of Oblivion, but Oblivion was 2006, so like almost 20 years ago. And then to get Days Gone, which still feels like a PS4 era game, and we're in the PS5 era, which they aren't even that far away, you know? I don't know, it just seems like a really crazy... Well, you know, I'm going to look it up. Days Gone Remastered. Days Gone review scores have been rising over time. That's all you need to see. Oh, PS5 remaster. I guess they do that, do they? Or I don't know. I just hope it's as good as like whenever the trailer came out. The Days Gone was a game I really wanted to play as far as zombie games go, like just piles of zombies that you mow down and get chased by and all that kind of stuff, but I just haven't taken the time to do it. Smoky peanut butter whiskey. You got Dr. Pepper in your hand? And oh yeah, up in the north. Dr. Pepper is from the devil. Mike said it all happened back in 1990, his last year as a ranger. He was stationed down in Carlsbad National Park, a place that's all red rocks, caverns, and trails through sand. And the way he described it, Carlsbad was empty most of the time, and it was just him and a few other rangers patrolling miles upon miles of sandy nothingness. The days were hot and the nights were cold, and the work was mostly routine stuff. He'd check trails and make sure hikers didn't get lost, all while keeping an eye out for poachers or vandals. He said he liked it at first, how he didn't mind being alone and how the desert gave him plenty of time alone with his thoughts. One day, late in the afternoon, he was out on a trail near the caverns. He was walking along on a day like any other, when he suddenly saw a guy come over a ridge. The man was limping, moving slow like he was hurt. Mike's first thought was that the guy needed help, that maybe he'd twisted an ankle or gotten bit by a rattlesnake or something. So we started jogging toward him, calling out to see if he was okay. But then, when he got closer, something felt off. The guy was obviously injured in some way, but Mike said that he was looking at him. Another naked biter. What's the generic brand of Dr. Pepper? I think it's Dr. Bob. Dr. Perky. Oh, yeah. Sipping on the Dr. Perky. Look at the mirror, snap my fingers, point at myself. I lick my fingers and then slide them across my eyebrows. Hell yeah. And then I take off my ankle monitor. I snip it off. Dr. Thunder. Oh yeah, Dr. Pibb. Mr. Salt. Oh god. Ever played Elden Ring? I haven't, no. I watch people play it, but yeah, those games aren't my thing. I put my hand on my hip. Go get him. Go get him today. Show them you're not scared. Show those weights who's boss. By then, when he got closer, something felt off. The guy was obviously injured in some way, but Mike said the way he was looking at him made him nervous. He wasn't looking at him in a, oh thank God I found help kind of way. It was this sort of cold stare. Mike said he once again asked the guy if he needed help, but in response, the guy pulled a pistol from the... Oh shit. He pulled his piss out. Sipping on my Dr. Perky. Barbecue water. Is that what you think Dr. Pepper tastes like? Barbecue water. Dude, I love Dr. Pepper. I will die for Dr. Pepper. He whipped it out. Fentanyl Fanta. Don't you wanna, don't you wanna? Mike said he once again asked the guy if he needed help, but in response, the guy pulled a pistol from the back of his pants and pointed it right at him. Of all the things Mike said he was expecting, having a gun thrust in his face was near the bottom of the list somewhere. He had his own sidearm, standard issue for rangers in case of wildlife or other trouble, but the guy had caught him off guard, and there was no time to draw. Mike said that, in a voice that sounded hard but desperate, the man told him to take off his uniform, and once he said that, Mike's mind started racing. The guy obviously wanted to disguise himself as a ranger, probably to get away from whoever was after him. The people chasing him could have been cops, but down there, I figured they could have been cartel or something as well. The guy kept the gun aimed at Mike's head and told him to take off his belt first, clearly wanting to make sure Mike was disarmed. But Mike wasn't stupid, and he knew how things would play out if he did. If he gave up his uniform, the guy wouldn't just let him walk away. A real ranger could blow the guy's cover and tell people he wasn't legitimate, so Mike figured the second that he stripped down and had his uniform taken away, he'd get a bullet in the head. The guy wasn't messing around. He said if Michael. It's kind of funny. I saw like this Instagram reel pop up where it was like two gay guys talking, and they're like, "What's the gayest name ever?" Or what's someone that you, if you hear it's their name, they're gonna be gay? And they said a bunch of names, but then at the end the guy was like, Matt. I'm like, what? And they're like, if you know a Matt, he's guaranteed gay. And I was like, what? Like, of course it's gonna be fucking Matt, because Matt is literally more common in America than like Muhammad in like Saudi Arabia or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the most fucking common name you could have. So like, statistically, you're probably gonna get a gay Matt. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I thought that was just poor analysis from a gay guy online. really pissed me off. I want to find him. And say, you're wrong, buddy. You're wrong about Mats. You're wrong about Mateo. You're wrong. Yeah. What's my analysis? Maybe like Gobbler. Like if I met a guy named Gobbler, I'd be like, "Whoo, ruh-roh. Probably likes boys." The guy wasn't messing around. He said if Mike didn't take off the uniform, he'd shoot him and take it off his butt. Fuck. Yeah. Grinder Guy. That's a common name. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Grinder Guy. The guy wasn't messing around. He said if Mike didn't take off the uniform, he'd shoot him and take it off his body. But Mike could tell that the guy didn't want to do that. Blood on the uniform would ruin the disguise and make it useless to him. Mike said he stood there, staring down the barrel of a gun with his heart pounding in his chest. He kept saying he couldn't, over and over, telling the guy he was too scared to move, and that he'd have to take the uniform off himself. It was a gamble, but Mike was banking on the guy not wanting to shoot. The man started moving closer, his gun still pointed at Mike's head. Then, out of nowhere, they both heard a low rumble, like an engine coming from the hills behind the armed man. The man turned his back to look just for a split second, but that was all Mike needed. He moved fast, ducking low and lunging at the guy. The gun went off, but the bullet missed and nicked up dust a few feet away. Kicked up. Do another ASMR bong rip. What's the gayest woman's name? Maybe like Grognor. Grognor wants snooch. Grognor will grind upon thee. Will grind your skin into dust. Grog. He moved fast, ducking low and lunging at the guy. The gun went off, but the bullet missed and kicked up dust a few feet away. Mike grabbed the guy's wrist, the one holding the gun, then after a brief struggle on their feet, they ended up going to the ground. They started wrestling, rolling in the dirt with the gun still in the guy's hand. Mike was bigger and stronger, and the guy was already hurt, but he fought like a cornered animal. Mike couldn't get the gun away. The guy's grip was too strong, and as he thrashed and bucked, he kept trying to point the barrel towards Mike's stomach and chest. Mike used his weight, pinning the guy down, but he couldn't get a good swing in to knock him out. His free hand was useless for punching, the angle was wrong and awkward, and the guy kept bucking underneath him. And so Mike did the only thing he could think of. He clamped his free hand over the guy's mouth and nose and started to suffocate him. The guy's eyes went wide and panicked as he realized that he couldn't breathe. He started thrashing harder, but Mike pressed and held on. He didn't want to kill the guy, just to make him pass out so he could get his gun away and cuff him, but the guy just wouldn't stop fighting. Mike kept his hand there, pressing hard, feeling the guy trying to suck air through his palm, and then suddenly, after almost a minute or so of doing this, he stopped. The guy's body went limp, but his eyes were still wide open and just staring up at the sky. Once he was still, Mike rolled off of him, panting, shaking from exertion, and the reality of what had just happened set in. He checked the guy's pulse. It was still there, but it was weak, and he then grabbed the guy's gun, made it safe, and then tucked it into his belt and used his radio to call for help. Not long after, another ranger showed up in a truck, which could have been the one they'd heard earlier, and they got the guy loaded up and back to the station. From there, an ambulance took him to a hospital a couple of hours away, and Mike thought that that was the end of it. But it wasn't. The guy didn't wake up. Doctors said that his brain had been starved of oxygen. He was in a coma, hooked up to machines, and his chances of coming back the same were there. Let's queef. Just gonna type that in there. Let's queef. Vampires are real. Basically, most of the supernatural cryptic, but only a few secure, contain, protect. Most of the others are made up. Jamil, where have you learned this information? You're not supposed to know this. Joel, can you say, put a sock in it, Josh? The story is over. Inspired by Coming to America, my boyfriend and I always sat when we want the other person to be quiet, minus the story. Oh, yeah. Yeah, remind me. And remember, put a sock in it. The story is over. Yeah, remind me at the end. I'll do it. Sour Patch Kids. Dude, one time I remember, like, I would always see the Olympic weightlifting guys, like, eating Sour Patch Kids between, like, their one rep every 15 minutes, you know what I mean? And I thought that I would, like, do that too, so I, like, had a handful of just a small amount of, like, Sour Patch Kids. And I just remember there was something, it was really strange. It was like I had them, and, like, within, like, a minute, my blood sugar just felt like it, like, dropped. And I felt so weak and so shitty out of nowhere. It was, I don't know, like, I got, like, a sudden sugar rush, and then my blood sugar just dropped, like, really fast. So at that point, I was like, I am not eating while working out ever again. That was really bad. Yeah, no, they eat the whole family bag and then, like, max out their snatch. Garbage Pail Kid. Oh yeah, I don't think you eat those. Heard Rice Krispies work before the job. I mean, all it is just simple sugars. Like, your body breaks down the sugars really quick, and supposedly you could use it for energy within your muscles and stuff. But I mean, I think it'd be much smarter if you gave yourself at least, like, a 2-hour window, you know what I mean, to eat prior to going in. I guess, I don't know. I don't think it works for me, but it might work for other people. Like, if they wanted to eat, like, Fig Newtons or some shit, put it in a fanny pack. Pop Rocks, yeah, those are awesome. What's up, Delia Q? Delia Q Anon. Oh my god, it's actually Q. Simple sugars pre and post workout. Complex carbs take longer to digest, more blood to break it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I get it. I just don't get it at the same time. Oh yes, Scott, you know what was the weirdest thing was that 2 weeks where I just, like, didn't work out. I, like, didn't check my weight, and I kind of just ate whatever I wanted. And then somehow, like, whenever I checked my weight today, I was, like, down weight. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm just like, okay, I guess sometimes you just gotta eat whatever you want, and your body will just be like, go hyper drive. But it is funny, the one night that I ate Taco Bell, I probably ate Taco Bell at, like, midnight. Well, not midnight, like 11, and then tried to fall asleep around, like, 2:30 or whatever. And God, that was the worst sleep I've ever had in my entire existence, was Taco Bell. I had, like, nightmares. I was waking up, like, sweating. It was just so bad. Don't, like, eating junk food any time before bed is just, like, such a bad idea. Weighing yourself can go against goals sometimes, but out of nowhere you'll drop. Yeah, I don't get it. Might have been, like, correlated with the decreased creatine usage, maybe, but I don't think I stopped that much. But oh, Christy, I didn't even know you did CrossFit. That's cool. Happened to me. I had In-N-Out, like, big back and lost weight. Yeah. It just grabbed all the salt, just flushed out of you. Maybe, I have no idea. Dude, I love that big back. It's such a funny term. It's something that my buddies' kids call each other. What are you doing, you big back? And I'm like, what the fuck? Where do you guys learn this shit? He was in a coma, hooked up to machines, and his chances of coming back the same as he was before were slim. They tried to figure out who he was and put out all kinds of calls of all kinds of agents. I'm gonna undo my big backness. Oh yeah, that would be what creatines pull a lot of water and cooling it down will cause bloat and weight. Yeah. They tried to figure out who he was and put out all kinds of calls to various agencies, but nobody claimed him. He had no ID, no family, no records, nothing. And then after a few months, the hospital pulled the plug. And just like that, the guy was gone. Mike didn't go to prison or anything, and in fact, he was cleared of all wrongdoing. He said the investigation was open and shut, self-defense, pretty plain and simple. The guy had a gun, threatened to kill him, so Mike did what he had to do. But that didn't make things easier on him. He said all the cliches about taking a man's life were true, even if he knew in his heart that it was justified. He said he kept seeing the guy's face, the way his eyes looked when he realized he couldn't breathe. He hadn't meant to kill him, but he did, and so it ate at him. Mike said that he started having nightmares just a few weeks after. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, hearing the sound of that gunshot in his head. He said he felt haunted, like the guy's ghost was following him around. And sometimes at night, he'd feel like someone was even watching him, standing just outside the window of his cabin. He knew that was just his mind playing tricks, but it felt real. Too real, and that's why he quit. He couldn't stay out there, not with those memories, and so he packed up and left New Mexico and traveled as far from the desert as he possibly could without ending up in Canada. He didn't tell anybody about the move, not even his family, just buried it deep down inside of himself and tried to move on. But he said you don't move on from something like that. Well, not really. You see, it stays with you, like some splinter under the skin that you can't get out. When Mike finished his story, I remember him stubbing out his cigarette before he took a long pull from his beer. He didn't look at me. He just sort of stared out into the darkness, but there was a calm about him, like he was glad that he'd gotten it off his chest. I didn't know what to say. I mean, what the hell do you say to something like that? So I just sort of sat there, letting the silence hang in the air until Mike finally changed the subject. After that night, Mike didn't bring it up again, and I didn't either. We went back to our usual route, fishing, beers, and sports. But after he told me his story, I saw him in a different light. He was still the same Mike, quick with a joke and always ready to lend a hand, but there was a kind of darkness about him, one that I hadn't really noticed before. I guess that happens when you take a life, even if you don't mean to. It changes you in a way that doesn't always show on the outside. And I still think about his story. I think about Mike out in the desert fighting for his life and the guy who didn't make it. This reflection. I wonder who he was and was running from why he thought about stealing a range. Never find out. Somebody would never will. Still one of the good friends. Never talk about the desert or the guy. But even now, when we're sitting on a porch shooting the breeze over the lake. We'll just probably end on that one. I don't know. Sometimes people do extended reflection at the end. That's just kind of annoying. Or just redundant, rather, I guess. I guess that's what happens when you take a life, even if you don't mean to. It changes you in a way that doesn't always show on the outside. Big back is your outro. We're running with that. Yeah. Get out of here, big back. Alright, guys. We got one more story left. And then... But before that, I'm going to go take my magnesium, if that's alright with y'all. So I will be right... I'll be right back. Zip zabba doo-dah zippity yeah. What's Pradeep up to? It's funny. He's like, I went upstairs to get a drink and he just stayed right there. But he's like, there's like a footstool that kind of goes with the couch that's like larger, and he's just sitting on it, but just like sort of staring in my direction. He has no thoughts in his head. Catch him staring at me, yeah, all the time. I'm like, he really does want me dead. Do you have a goldfish, and would you be opposed to getting one? I had lots of goldfishes in the past. Goldfish eye. And, yeah, they always end up dead. Sucks. Sucks. I don't know why they can't live to be 100 years old and be huge. That would be kind of sick if, like, goldfish were, like, one of those creatures where you get them in a fair and then they grow to be the size of, like, those ancient koi monsters. Fucking river monster. Am I okay today? Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? Your hamsters always died. See, that's the thing is, like, animals and living creatures, they're not supposed to die. Like, they're not supposed to go away. They're supposed to be here forever when you get them. Like, if they die, I think that, like, breaks the warranty whenever you got them at, like, the fair. Like, you should be able to go back to that fair and, like, figure out, like, what's the deal with this? Have I had any paranormal experiences? I had something weird happen the other day. That was kind of strange to me. So, like, on my wall, like, I have a lot of instruments, right? I don't really play any instruments, but I collect them because I think they're cool. Maybe I'll play them one day, I don't know. But one of them that's hanging from, like, a mount on, like, a mantle is a banjo. I got it, like, way back in college. And it's a neat little thing, right? Now, I was like I don't even know what I was doing. Maybe I was gaming. Maybe I was a big gamer. And I think I was talking to myself, like, real briefly. Or I said something out loud, and then to the left of me, right, like 5 feet or whatever, I hear the banjo strum, like, just like, brum, like that, right? It was very quick. And then I thought to myself, I looked at it real quick. I was like, what the fuck? And then, you know, nothing there. And then behind me, like on that centerpiece or whatever where Pradeep lays, he was just there, you know? And because initially the first thought that went through my mind was maybe he kind of got up to it and, like, rubbed against it or something. And that's what strummed it, but there was just, like, there'd be no possible way that he could have done that or covered that distance or even gotten up to the height of where it hung from to, like, rub into it, you know? So I had a ghost banjo, and that would be the most boring story anybody would ever send me in. But at the same time, when it happens to you, even just, like, little things like that are a bit odd are, you know, it felt like slightly paranormal, I guess, in a weird way, because I don't really know how else. Oh, that was Pradeep. I saw him underneath the curtains that are around me, and I saw him walking, and it freaked me out for a second. I remember winning 2 goldfish at the carnival. I named them, and they died the very next morning. What a prize to teach a youngster about mortality. And he never named anything ever again. My only paranormal experience is there used to be a house that we rented, and there would be heavy footsteps on the landing at night. If you looked, it would stop. That is creepy. Did I get the chilies? Play me a song, Mr. Banjo Man. What's the creepiest story that you got that you couldn't post? I don't think anything, honestly, that I can't post. Like, the creepier the better. I really can't think of a story. I don't really even know what would be entailed in a story that I couldn't post outside of, like, detailed, I don't know, something that breaks terms of services. Story describing my house. That would kind of suck. Alright. Hell no. Hell no. I wonder how you say this. Saint Croix. Saint Croix de Vie. Wait, what the hell? Croix. Saint Croix. Okay. Sorry, just looking up a pronunciazione. What's my go-to character in Smash? Honestly, usually Captain Falcon. And then the only reason it was Captain Falcon was just because when I was younger, I really liked the way that he could like flip and move and stuff. Like something about the way that he would like do backflips and like kind of be agile around the stage was really cool. Hey Audrey, what's up? And then his like Falcon Punch. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Like I just always, I don't know, I never knew anything about his games or his world or anything like that, but yeah, just Falcon Punch. And like every time you did the punch, if you could like nail it, even though it was like so clear, I don't know, sometimes you could time it up perfectly and nail one, but most of the time people saw it coming from a mile away. Affiliated with any of the animated short stories channels on YouTube? Not really. There's some of them that use my stories and hopefully give me credit, but I don't really condone it too much, to be honest. You guys come here and take all of our spiders away, please. I wish, man. I should have brought some back with me. Show me your moves. Yeah, I do remember that. Like, Ganon was essentially just like Captain Falcon. I kind of dislike that about Super Smash, where they would just like take a character's moveset and animations and just apply it to another character and call that a new character. Because I'm fairly certain that's what Ganon was, right? Where it was like the same moves as him, but just heavier, like slower. Maybe it wasn't exactly the same, but I don't know. You like Kirby? Yeah, Kirby's definitely a great go-to. It is funny that everybody kind of has their thing, you know? Wasn't there... What annoys me, though, is, like, weren't there characters in, like, Smash, Brawl, and Melee that they, took out, right? They, like, took out of future games, or, like, the ones after that. I feel like Pichu didn't come back. Like, they got rid of Pichu, which just kind of, like, why would you include Pichu, but then just like take it away in later games? Like, what if that was someone's favorite character? I would be literally so freaking pissed. A whole barrel of spiders. God. Can you imagine like a place, I don't know, probably in China, where they just like breed certain spiders? Just hey, check out this barrel, and they're just all in there. Samus's best like melee character. Yeah, Samus was crazy. Just like the fact that I've watched some people play and they're just like slowly powering up their huge like cannon while doing all their other shit. I don't know, it's wild. They fixed Ganon in Smash Ultimate, luckily, but yeah, in Melee, Ganon and Captain were the same. Okay, yeah. Actually, it's not a barrel of spiders. Pokemon Go. My friends were really into Pokemon Go for a while, where they would like go and do raids and stuff, but if Pokemon Go was just like a turn-based RPG, dude, I would fucking love it. I would be in love with it. But the fact that it's just kind of like this stupid, like, tap your screen so your grandma can come go on a walk with you, and it's just like, ugh. Make a real Pokemon game, huh? Pokemon Go to the polls. But no, I remember that was the closest the world, in my opinion, had ever been, was that summer, I think, of 2016, like before the election. the whole world had come together in that moment to play Pokemon Go, because you could go up to random people and actually be able to talk to them and not seem weird. You were just like, Pokemon Go? And they're like, yeah, dude, fucking I'm catching a Digimite, you know? And they're like, that's so cool, let's make out. It was also the highest amount of STDs transmitted in one summer, but besides that, we were doing good. I freak out at night when I check my plants in summer. The field lights up with spider eyes. Oh my god. Softball-sized fishing spider live on a pumpkins last year. Wait, what? What mic do I use? This is the Neumann TLM 103. Brief moment of world peace. We were there. We had it all figured out, and they could bring it back if they just made something good. Skincare routine. I just dip my face in a vat of butter. For as long as I can remember, I should probably say that better. For as long as I can remember, I've always had a passion for the outdoors. Growing up in Minnesota, my dad introduced me to hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting at a very early age, and would often take me on trips to Grand Portage. Fuck, dude. I'm out of juice in my brain and mouth. A skincare routine that's not $1 million and actually works. I don't know. My favorite is the meme. I love this meme. It's probably a classic top 10 of all time meme, but it's girls when they, do a $10 million skin routine and they look like, a orc from Lord of the Rings. And it's guys whenever they use the same bar of soap for their face and asshole and legs and body. And then it's just they look really happy and smiley Frodo, super young and beautiful. It's just so funny. Oh, keep your secrets. Yeah, the 12 in 1. Thank Rosa, appreciate you. I use jojoba oil sometimes, and that's about it. I wash my face with a Dove soap bar. No way, really? You wash your face? Do you really wash your face with a Dove soap bar? Don't you think that's going to dry the shit out of it all the time? I sure hope you moisturize. That's just fine. Cleanser, treatment serum, and a moisturizer and SPF during the day. Damn. You're like Patrick Bateman. There is an idea of a Justin Ballas, an amalgamation of human. But there is nothing behind the mask. Would I ever do a collab with Moist Critical? If you ever wanted to react to a video, but he might be able to react to some of the animations on the channel and have fun with it, but I don't think I could ever see him reacting to narrations and it's yeah, this guy's about to make me fall asleep, chat. Anyways, we'll skip this one. I don't know. If he wanted to listen to it on stream just in the background or something, that would be neat, but any other collaboration, I guess we could compare our dildo collection or something. I don't really know. He is simply not there. For as long as I can remember, I've always had a passion for the outdoors. Growing up in Minnesota, my dad introduced me to hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting at a very early age, and would often take me on trips to Grand Portage, Pipestone, and St. Croix. But it wasn't until we visited Voyageurs National Park when I was 9 years old that I first got my first good look. He first got his first good look. What's your favorite Hungry Man TV dinner? Asking for a friend. Dude, I used to eat the shit out of Hungry Man TV dinners. Thank you for the 5C. Man, I'm trying to remember. I feel like back then I probably would devour the like strange mystery meat that was also like barbecue ribs, right? And then there was like corn, I think. And then like I feel like there was also a fucking disgusting like microwaved brownie in there. What else was in there? I feel like there was something. But man, that was like, when I was a little kid, those, like as soon as I went from like the stupid little gay ones with a penguin on it that had like a little rainbow toy or some shit. You weren't supposed to microwave the toy probably. But to the Hungry Man's, that's when I knew I made it. I was like, finally, I'm a man. Because I can eat more food and my shits are bigger. And they can clog the toilet finally. Are Hungry Man TV dinners an East Coast thing? Honestly, they might have been. They were from like way back in the like 90s, 2000s and shit. Where all anybody ever ate was shit out of the microwave in McDonald's. That's how you know you were raised right. The smiling potato things. I don't remember those. It's just bad plumbing, yeah. There were microchips in the Hungry Man's. I'm not surprised. They are good, though. I wonder if you can air fry a Hungry Man. That'd be so funny if, like, just to keep with the times, Hungry Man, he's like, we gotta start producing air fryable dishes. Air fryable. There used to be rumors in my elementary school that the chicken nuggies were rubber. And there was some kid who was like, he was a 5th grader, probably named Timmy. And he had been there for years because he had something wrong with his head. And I don't know, apparently one day this is just a rumor, but he threw one of the chicken nuggies onto the ground in the line, and it bounced off the ground and hit the ceiling, scientifically demonstrating that the nugs were rubber. No one was ever able to replicate this, which brings into the question of the scientific method, but I believed it. A lot of microplastic. But it wasn't until we visited Voyageurs National Park when I was 9 years old that I got my first good look at a U.S. park ranger. We were at a dock at the lake when suddenly there he was, walking toward us in his starched dark green uniform and his wide-brimmed Smokey Bear hat. He had this shiny ranger's badge on his chest, and his shirt had these cool shoulder epaulets. What the hell is that word? Glitch in the nugget matrix. Ep as an episode, or ya, depending on the speaker. Epaulets. Let's, like the word let's go. Vote for Hillary. Epaulets. The super donuts. Dude, I feel like... I remember there was some kids that would just always be up at that snack area, fucking just spending all of their EBT cards all day. And I wasn't allowed. My parents didn't give me shit for snacks. Bull crap. He had this shiny ranger's badge on his chest, and his shirt had these cool shoulder epaulets, and his utility belt was loaded up with tools for taming the wilderness. He looked ready for anything, like he could wrestle a bear one minute and then guide us through a storm the next. And when I was a kid, I was in awe. He and my dad exchanged a few words, and I hung on to every single one picturing myself in that same uniform as I walked trails, steered boats, and rescued lost hikers. That ranger was the coolest person I'd ever seen, and the second I laid eyes on him I thought, that's what I want to be when I grow up. The kind of ranger who knew every tree, every animal, and could make the vast, untamed wilderness feel just like home. And from that day forward, I'm not kidding, I was obsessed. I started collecting park brochures and begging my dad to have us stop by the ranger station anytime we visited a park or forest, just so I could say hi and check the place out. And that's how I got myself my very own Smokey Bear hat, and there's a photograph of me wearing it at my 11th birthday party. I looked silly with some oversized hat on my head, but I didn't care. I was the happiest kid in the world, having everyone seeing me wearing it. And since I needed a degree, I thought a good one might be. You know, I was kind of thinking, I wonder if there's like some sort of strange, law of sorts that would require certain jobs or, certain jobs to force people to have degrees, right? Because you always wonder yourself, like, why does a job require kind of like an arbitrary degree? Like, I get it if it's like a specialized one, and in this situation it's going to be environmental science for a warden, but I was kind of thinking, like, what's the motivation, honestly, for employers most of the time to like require degrees? And are they like, is their hand legally forced sometimes to require said degrees, Like, is it like, what's the degree of like regulation as far as forcing people to get those degrees? I don't know. Because I was just thinking, like, why not just, like, for the most part, we've talked about this forever, but like, just train people on the job. But then if there's some sort of legal, process behind it that I'm just unaware of. Because you think, like, most employers just, like, really technically wouldn't give a shit if they knew that it would save them time and money, but I guess at the same time, it really just comes down to, like, their need and the turnover. Let's let every English major into engineering jobs. No, yeah, like, I understand certain context it would be very important, but at the same time, I'm just thinking, like, park ranger. Maybe I'm oversimplifying things. I'm just thinking, like, not every job really requires a degree, does it? Do you have other jobs before nursing? I worked at a grocery store, and then I worked bars. Like, during college, I worked just in the bar service industry there, and some various other bullshit. And I worked at Hooters, yes, of course. My big old bazongas were just bursting out. There was a mountain lion checking me out on a hike. I was flattered. Oh man, dude, that's scary. Do mountain lions actively hunt people? Probably not, right? You wanted to be a park ranger since I was a Boy Scout. One day I'll do it. Yeah, I guess you could. I worked at Coyote Ugly, yeah. But it was just because I was ugly. Why does a librarian need a master's? Yeah, that to me seems like, I don't know, it just seems like this, because I'm just trying to mitigate the need for wage, or like debt slavery, right? Minimize the amount of Americans, or just people in general, who are debt slaves. Because I feel like most of these jobs, like, if there's a certain salary, right? Salary to, degree ratio or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, if the salary is high, maybe higher likelihood need for a degree. But if the salary is like, you're getting this crazy degree and going into debt, let's look up what the average park ranger salary. It took me 10 minutes to write 4 words. All right. Average park ranger salary, $18.76 per hour national average, $20.66 per hour ZipRecruiter, $24.61 per hour at a U.S. National Park Service. I gotta be honest, dude. I don't think 4 years at a college. What's the average cost of going to school for environmental services? $18 to get mauled by a lion, exactly. Alright, let's see. Undergraduate degree costs. Oh, so yeah, so I mean, like, you're probably, on average, coming out of an environmental service degree with, like, over $100,000 in debt. Okay. Let's say the ranger goes to a school for environmental studies and a cruise. Well, in this situation, $120,000 in student loan debt, but gets a job, and we'll say the highest one. We'll say what's the highest one? Making $24.61, but gets a job making $24.61 an hour. How long before he pays back his stupid student loans? Or yeah, I can't do the math myself. I'm a dummy. Right. Student loans of $120,000, hourly wage $24.61, hours per week 50, weeks per year 52. Let's see, 10-year standard repayment plan, about 1,362 monthly payments. Take-home pay $1,837 per month. This is very tight. Over 40% of take-home income goes to loans, likely unaffordable unless the ranger has no other major expenses. 20-year extended plan, monthly student loan payments of $899, total repaid over 20 years, $215,760. Bro, you're paying over $100,000 in interest on a $120,000 fucking environmental studies degree, and your take-home pay left after a loan is $2,300 a month. More manageable, but you pay near double in total interest. So if you do the 20-year extended, which would be more affordable, it would take him 20 years. You would go get a degree for 4 years, and you go work at this dumbass job, getting killed by bears, and it would take you 20 fucking years to pay these loan back. That's crazy, bro. Fuck college, man. Like, if you guys ever go to college, just sit down with Chat BBC and, like, have them run the numbers for you and just be like, I shouldn't do that. You live in my lampshade. A little spider. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, in a case like that where someone's essentially just going to be a slave for the rest of their life, I think you just train on site at this point, because most of the time they're just walking around and trying not to get their balls bit off by a meth head or a cartel member. I wish Americans had the sort of pay we get here in Australia. Seems really unfair. Well, that's the thing. It's like your pay goes up, right? But it's sort of like shifting around like gaskets and like a fucking steampunk pressure machine, right? It's like your pay goes up, but then like the cost of your goods, production of the goods go up, and then that you have to pay more over here. You know what I mean? So it all like sort of like just gets pushed around in different ways. Holy shit. Wait a second. Alright, hold on. I just had my student loans paid for right here by Roki the Fur. Damn, dude, $100. Says, I know I should put something important here, but I got nothing, so ask. If you get offered $50,000 to fight a skinwalker and his friends, would you? And what would you spend the money on if you win? And if you lose, anything specific for your funeral? Well, if by Skinwalker you mean Berwick, it's happening. Pradeep versus Berwick. Creator Clash 3. Be ready. No, but thank you so much. 50,000 to fight a Skinwalker. Now, I guess there's different forms. There's like the terrifying monsters that probably are 12 feet tall with like a deer bone head that pick me up and throw me into a wall and cut my guts out. And then there's the ones that are like just the Native American guys who are high as shit and they think they're shape-shifting. So I'll fight him. If it's just like a homeless guy out of a tent, I'll fight him for 50K. Honestly, that's what iDub should start doing, is just like what iDub should start doing instead of Creator Clash, he needs to bring back bum fights. We need Creator Clash, like, okay, Creator Clash 3 canceled. Creator Clash 4, we're skipping right to that, kind of like when you don't do World War 3, you just skip right to World War 4. We're doing Creator Clash 4 bum fights, where he just finds random meth heads off the streets. And you could even, it could be like Methy Joe and Heroin Hank. Now, Heroin Hank probably wouldn't, Heroin Hank can take a lot of damage, but Methy Joe can put out a lot of damage too, and quickly. So, I think this is the only logical way to like really bring things back. Or, yeah, at this point, just having those same homeless guys fight actual cryptids that he's caught out of like Area 51 or so. I don't know. He needs to do something big to bring it all back. Yeah, I wonder, actually it does make me wonder. I wonder how much, if you could get Hunter Biden to fight in Creator Clash, I think that would really help numbers surge. Because, like, what else is he doing? Like, just, like, funneling money through, like, shitty finger paints? Need more Hassan content. Dude, if Hassan fought Sam Hyde, GG easy. I'd be there. I'd literally buy a $10,000 ticket to see that shit. But obviously, Hassan doesn't care about charity. He thought Hassan was a porn star. He might be. He's got the stash. I'm sure his OnlyFans will go wild here soon. Politicians should have to fight a Skinwalker to join the president ritual. They should do something, man. I'm sick of them just being born into it, you know what I mean? Like, oh, congratulations, your dad is the head of the Illuminati. You get to rule the world now. Great. It's like Grandpa had to do all the legwork, and now you just show up and look pretty. Run the CIA. Can't be fooled again. Since I needed a degree, I thought a fitting one. Oh, shit. Since I needed a degree, I figured a good one might be environmental science, but it was volunteer seasonal work that really gave me the leg up when it came to getting hired. Working as things like park guides and visitors' assistants taught me practical skills in things like trail maintenance and water safety, so when it came to the National Park Service's ultra-competitive hiring process, I could tailor my resume to stand out from the crowd. The NPS sent me over a questionnaire which allowed me to further showcase my knowledge of park operations, and then after acing that interview, the background checks, and the physical fitness test, I finally got the call saying that I'd been accepted. It was a lifelong dream come true. I was finally a U.S. Park Ranger, and my first posting was none other than the Voyageurs National Park, the very same place that I'd first laid eyes on that ranger all those years before. But it wasn't always smooth sailing. About 6 months in, we had a kid almost drown after he fell into X Bay. X Bay, is that a thing? Jersey Devil, which is just Snooky. Just X-Bay. Down in the eBay. What if we do the purge, but the rich goes out first? Yeah, but what if you become rich, dude? You can't do that. What if you suddenly made a bunch of money? Do you want everyone to kill you? That wouldn't be good. Who do I think would win between Destiny and Hassan? Like in a sucking each other off match? Probably me. I'd come in from the sideline off the high bar. Land right on both of their 6.2ers, I call them. Who's Destiny, who's Son? They're just stupid fucking political boys. Just the endless circle jerk of politics, streaming, and I've said my opinion. I've said my opinion louder. You fucking idiot. You stupid loon. This guy's a Nazi. This guy's a poopy head poopster. Guys, listen. So I know some of you have doxed them and sent their information out and showed up at their house. I can't control that. But keep doing it. It makes me feel strong. You said your opinion, but I'm hotter. What did you say? What did you say? About 6 months in, we had a kid almost drowned after he fell in shite. Fucking shite. I'm gonna play devil. Coheed and Cambria. Coheed. What would be a symbol we use if you ran the Illuminati? Probably like the eye, the hexagonal eye of Saturn. Your soul will be trapped there soon. About 6 months in, we had a kid almost drown after he fell in X-Bay. Then we had an older hiker go missing for a few days in the fall of 1997, which gave her family and us a real scare. But then in the late summer of 1998, my fellow rangers and I went through something that none of us have ever forgotten, and that we've never been fully able to explain. It was early afternoon, and I was out on patrol near Black Bay, walking a trail that I'd walked 100 times before. I was mostly checking for signs of illegal campsites because illegal campsites usually meant poachers, but it had been quiet and what kind of poachers? What are they poaching out there? Eggs? The symbol of the butt plug. Is it bad that I fall asleep watching and listening to these type of videos, podcasts? I'll be out like a light. I think it is bad. Yeah, I think it shows that you are going to kill everybody. I'm just kidding. It's fine. Everybody does it. Me, I jerk off to it, so I'm the next level. To simulate a fart cloud. I could try it. Is this story taking place in America? Yes. I think in Chicago. Jork and Joel. Tell me a jork. Man, I'm hungry, but I don't think you're supposed to eat now, or I'll turn into a gremlin. I was mostly checking for signs of illegal campsites because illegal campsites usually meant poachers, but it had been a quiet and uneventful morning and I hadn't found any. Just past noon, I made my way toward a loop that'd take me back towards my ranger station. Then, as I was maybe only a quarter of a mile out, a noise came through the trees that instantly caught my attention as something that didn't belong. I used to hear all kinds of things walking those woods, but this wasn't the rustle of a deer or the snap of a branch under a bear's paw. It was a low, croaky, but very human-sounding groan, like someone was in a hell of a lot of pain. I stopped dead, my hand going for my radio, because if someone was as badly hurt as they sounded, I needed to call it in, and quick. I yelled out, asking if anyone was there. There was silence for a second, then I heard the groan again, closer that time. I moved toward it, stepping off the trail into the underbrush as I scanned the area ahead for movement. And then I saw it. I saw him. He staggered out from behind a cluster of trees, maybe 30 yards ahead of me. A man, or at least what was left of one. His clothes were shredded and were hanging from his body like rags. His skin was just this complete mess of blood and burns, blackened in some places, raw and red in others, while his face looked painful and swollen, with one half the tweaker is strung out. Have you heard this story before? I don't know. What sounds familiar about it? I feel like nothing's even happened yet other than the dude being ripped up coming out of the things, and it doesn't sound familiar to me. It's describing your Neopet. Do those still exist? Dude, I feel like at this time, I was just thinking, like, my one friend's daughter has this cool thing where you open it up and it almost is like a hologram, which is pretty sick, and they can do different things. I'm surprised they don't have Neopets, because it's handheld, and I'm surprised they don't have like Neopets or something like that, but it's like 3-dimensional little holograms you can like mess around with and stuff. That would be sick. All I remember of Neopets is just having to clean up like endless amounts of shit, and if you didn't wake up in the middle of the night to continue cleaning their shit, they drowned in it or something and died. The wishing tree? What's that? Oh, the Tamagotchi, yeah. While his face looked painfully swollen, with one half eye... I keep reading that wrong. While his face looked painful and swollen, with one eye half shut and the other wide open and bloodshot, he was wheezing and stumbling forward. Then when he saw me, he let out a sound that was kind of like a half sob and half yelp. He begged me to help him, but I'm ashamed to say that for the first split second or so after I saw him, I froze. I think my brain was trying to process what I was seeing. I had seen all sorts of injuries before, hikers with broken legs, hunters who'd gone and shot themselves by accident, but this was different. The guy looked like he'd been roasted alive. I snapped out of it and ran to him just as he collapsed to the ground. His skin looked slick with blood and sweat, and he smelled like charred meat. And I knew not to touch him or try to move him, so I got on my radio and called in for help, and then tried to verbally reassure the man that help was on the way. But by then, his breathing was coming in these short, ragged gasps, and before he passed out, he muttered something about fire and how he wasn't supposed to be there. But I didn't have time to think about any of that. My only goal was getting him the help that he desperately needed. One of my fellow rangers arrived just a few minutes later, riding on an AT-AT. This is actually, I think this story takes place in Star Wars. On Tatooine. No, not Tatooine. The one with the little bear people. Yup dub. Yup dub. The story does sound familiar, but why, guys? When you say it sounds familiar, you have to say what aspect of it. You have to explain yourselves. Endor, that's right. Thank you. The weather's still in 80s. I'll enjoy it before we start melting into triple digits. Damn. Would you get a full body tattoo? I already have them. It's just from joining the Latin Kings years ago. They started with my butthole, worked their way outwards. Intricate patterns. numerical designs. 120 is the hottest it gets here. Jesus, are you in Arizona? Yeah, and I definitely have a tramp stamp. Written in Comic Sans. What does it say? I know somebody in here knows what my tramp stamp says. Someone who's been coming to the stream many moons and knows all of my dad jokes. Poop goes here. Yeah, shove your poop in my ass. Daddy's property. Enter. Quite the opposite, actually. Stinky. Let's breed. 2 a.m. The Empire lost the war on a planet full of furry babies. Yeah, it's true. Da Vinci's Code coming out of your butt cheeks, yeah. What's the one where it's like a spiral pattern? What do they call that? Where like everything in nature has that like weird spiral pattern. I can't believe nobody remembers my tattoo. That's crazy. Yeah, the Fibonacci sequence just like forming on my gooch and asshole. There it is. The foretold algorithms. God himself is in his own creation. The Fibonacci. The lying Nazi. Fractals. The Fibagucci. You have to feed it every hour, it will cry. An all-seeing, oh my god, an all-seeing Sauron eye, that would be good. The brown side of the moon. That'd be a great, like, gay porn title, The Brown Side of the Moon. Not that I would watch that or anything. But this is a crafting table. That's what it says on my lower back. This is a crafting table. When you mix jizz and shit together, you get an STD no one could even comprehend. Would you wear a Charlie Chaplin mustache? Yeah. I wore that for Halloween one year. People didn't like it. One of my fellow rangers arrived just minutes later, riding an ATV with a skid attached. A skid being a kind of wheeled gurney that you can attach to the back of an ATV. We moved our burn victim slow, and I kept talking to him and telling him to hang on, but he was already fading fast. The station was a small log building, just a couple of rooms with a radio, a first aid kit, and some basic supplies. To other rangers, Tom and Ellen were the way... Two other rangers. Two other rangers, Tom and Ellen, were there waiting for us when we arrived. Ellen's face went pale. Tom cursed under his breath and ran over to help. Tom ripped open the first aid kit, pulling out gauze, saline, anything I could use, while Ellen ran to the radio and called for an air ambulance. We did what we could. Man, I'm fucking hungry. And late tired. What does it say? It says, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. I can't believe I've said that joke like 50,000 times on my stream and nobody ever remembers. Nobody even cares about me. Who cares about my stupid, disgusting, homoerotic joke? You'll remember, thank you. Write it down. You said that? Where'd you say it? I'm scrolling. Be not afraid. Biblically accurate angel. Abandon all hope. You did. Yeah, I didn't even see yours. I'm sorry. Thank you for remembering. Or maybe you didn't remember. We were just on the same page. Jesus. Tom ripped open the first aid kit, pulling out gauze, saline, anything I could use, while Ellen ran to the radio and called for an air ambulance. We did what we could for him, and tried to keep him stable, but it wasn't enough. He was in agony, thrashing weakly on the table with his voice nothing more than a low, broken whimper. The guy's injuries were even worse than I thought. His arms were charred back and... Boop! With the 369 buttersock tax for your Fibagucci tattoo. Shit, thank you, friend. One day I'll be able to afford it. Your jaw popped, locked, and dropped. It's kind of funny. Someone on, I don't know, I saw it was an Instagram post of a Reddit post about how ChatGPT helped this guy fix his, like, years of jaw clicking, like TMJ shit. And it was interesting, honestly. Like, he had gotten just, like, endless clicking that he got sustained from, doing boxing for years. And then after he followed the, like, directions from ChatGPT, how to, like, kind of get rid of it, it worked. And multiple people said it's helped them with that. So it's kind of fascinating. Docksters? Obsolete. Well, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, if it's just like, if it saves someone, like, I don't know, a shit ton of money from going to visit a doctor just for them to essentially not know, or like maybe they do happen to know that's sort of the trick to help clear up TMJ, but might as well. I mean, honestly, I'm cool with that. Saving people money is always great. An injury from kissing the bros too hard every night. Do I like clowns? Yeah, I guess objectively speaking, clowns are pretty great. More in like the post-ironic sense where it's just like, what the fuck? Why is there still a clown? Or like, holy shit, that guy dressed up like a clown. That's great. Because it's sort of like this perfect mixture of like a murderous pervert. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying murderous perverts are good or anything like that. But, oh, 1 second. Holy shit, Roki the Fur with another $50 says, okay, 12-foot skinwalker with 50K behind it. Big claws, ready to eat you, and if you don't win, what would you want at your funeral? No sexual toys, though. You can't give out toys at your funeral. Oh, man. Thank you for the 50. Very kind, my friend. Well, I'm not dying. I'm killing that piece of shit. I don't even know, dude. That'd be so crazy to fight like an actual beast and just get fucking tossed. Like, simultaneously have your, like, guts ripped open while getting, like, tossed across the room, and you just, like, land in, like, a daze. Like, you hit your head so hard you don't even realize you're, like, there's, like, shit coming out of your stomach, and you're like, oh, fuck. That doesn't feel good. I hope I can have sex toys at my funeral. But you asked earlier, what would I do with 50K if I just, like, got it out of nowhere? And I don't really know, honestly. I don't know. What do you even spend money on? You can pay down debt, I guess. the most boring thing ever. Put it all on. I'd probably go spend it on lottery tickets. I'd probably go find I'd go buy supplies to go find hidden Bitcoin out in the woods that I know is out there. I don't know. I don't even want to have a funeral. Like, it sucks to think that, like, when you're younger, you could die and that your family would just throw some stupid fucking lame-ass funeral, you know what I mean? That just, everyone's sad and everyone's, you know, which sure, you know, be sad. I was cool, I guess. But at the same time, like, it's also such a pain in the ass too, you know, such a pain in the ass to be sad. Because you, like, I feel like sadness for me when it comes to, you know, the regret of losing a loved one, it has to come in waves, you know, and you have to grieve in your own time, which might be at the fucking funeral, sure. But I think I would just want it to be sick. It would be so cool if it was actually fun. Like an actual fun fucking thing for people to go to. You know, not like orgy fun, but, you know, something with pizza and fucking Dr. Pepper. Yeah, like a stand-up comedian who's literally just roasting me the whole time to the point that it pisses off my family. That would be so funny. And all the hors d'oeuvres are just like served on my like dead body. Like they have to come up to the casket if they want to get any snacks. The guy's injuries were even worse than I'd thought. His arms were charred black in places, the skin cracked and oozing, and his chest was just cuts and burns like he'd been dragged through something sharp and hot. And I kept wondering where the hell he'd come from. There'd been no reports of a fire, no smoke in the air, and no sign of a campsite gone wrong. But here he was, looking like he'd just... But here he was, looking like he'd just been lit on fire. But here he was, looking like he'd just been immolated. The air ambulance took 40 minutes to get there, and it was the longest 40 minutes of my life. We kept working on him, trying to keep him alive, but his breathing got shallower and his movements weaker, and we could see that he was slipping away. When the paramedics finally arrived, they took one look at our burned victim and got to work, loading him onto a stretcher and rushing him to the helicopter. Then I stood there, still in shock, watching the chopper lift off into the sky. We couldn't find out until much later. We wouldn't find out. Yeah, cook them evenly, Jesus. Your dad grabbed my shoulder during his memorial. He used to do that in real life when he was proud of me. I'd planned the memorial he wanted, and 70 plus people showed up off-grid. Oh, off-grid. When you say he grabbed your shoulder, like you felt some like you felt a ghost grab your shoulder? You failed your driving test today. I'm going to crash out. Well, I guess it's better to crash out now than crash on a highway and die and kill somebody. You just got to get out there and start Tokyo drifting. Show them how it's done. That was probably the issue. The fact that your car didn't have spinners. Who am I going to be next Halloween? Gaddafi. We weren't going fast enough and cutting corners. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of like roads on the highway and around town, they're shortcuts. So if you see an area, like sometimes you can cut through a car wash or maybe an alleyway, or even sometimes built into like schools, there's like shortcuts, and you're supposed to take those because I think they have you on like an overall timer, and if you don't beat the time, it's kind of like you get like a shitty grade, you know, like Crazy Taxi or something. What color should you paint your nails? Probably syrup sunder. Yeah, try to hit. Sometimes you can hit, like, yeah, if there is, sometimes they pick up to tow a car, but they have to drive it up onto its ramp. So if you hit the ramp from just the one wheel side, it'll actually make you do a spiral in the air. And that is like a guaranteed pass, I do believe. Very exciting things to keep an eye on now. I'm falling asleep after being hit by a taxi. Yeah. Would you want to have infinity chicken nuggies or infinity cheeseburgers? Oh, fuck. Probably chicken nugs. There was this one McDonald's around here that did a 50 nug piece, and I never got to try it. I heard about it in like passing, sort of like it became folklore around here, but the fact I really do regret never getting to just procure that. And I know I could just like order 10 orders, but it's not the same as just like getting a full-on designated meal of 50 McNuggers. Sounds like me doing DoorDash, cutting through residential neighborhoods, parking lots and alleys. Smashing through, crossing guards. You can't parallel park. Oh, is that what failed you? Or are you the same person that said you failed? I mean, parallel parking is a pain in the wiener, and it's like one of those things that depending on where you're at, you're probably not doing it all the time, so that's nothing to be ashamed of. But if you do it next time, try it. What you can do is like get your car speed up to like at least 50, and then hit the e-brake and turn it, and sometimes you can actually like skid and like glide into the space. Kind of like the Italian Job, if you've ever seen that. You might need a Mini Coupe for it though, so ask your parents for that. We wouldn't find out until much later, but he died in the air, somewhere over the forest, and was gone by the time they got him to the hospital. The station was quiet after that. We just sat there staring at the black marks and wet spots left behind on the table, and none of us said much because there really wasn't much to say. We'd done everything we could, but it hadn't been enough. We tried to go back to work, but what happened that afternoon seemed to just hang over us. The way that he seemed to stagger out of the woods, and the way that he sounded. The other rangers talked about it in these hushed voices, speculating about who he was and what had happened. A hiker who'd maybe gotten lost, or a drifter who'd set himself on fire. Nobody really has any true answers. The woods can always be a very dangerous place, and people get hurt out there sometimes. At least that's what we like to tell ourselves. Now, a few weeks later, our superintendent, this guy named Bill, called me into his office. He told me he'd gotten a call from a trooper with the Minnesota State Patrol, and they were trying to identify our burn victim, but they appeared to be coming up empty. The guy seemed to be just some no direct... Oops. Hey, see ya, Ollie. Peace out, dude. He told me he'd gotten a call from a trooper with the Minnesota State Patrol. They were trying to identify our burn victim, but they kept coming up empty. No direct DNA hits, no missing person reports lined up. The guy... The guy was a ghost, a John Doe with no past. There was one lead that the trooper had, but according to Bill, it was a strange one. The boots our burn victim was wearing were old, really old, like standard issue U.S. Park Ranger boots from 1947 old. And Bill showed me a photo that the trooper had sent. They were scuffed and worn, but the design was unmistakable. I'd seen pictures of those very same boots in old training manuals, the kind Rangers used to wear way back then. The trooper didn't think that the guy was a ranger. Nobody stays in the service 40 years without getting a new pair of boots, but he figured that he'd call to check if we knew him, or maybe if he was someone who'd worked here long ago. I didn't have any answers, and none of us did. We'd already gone through the park's records looking for anything that might connect, but no former rangers remained unaccounted for, and no one recognized what was left of the guy's face. The boots were the only clue, and even so, they raised more questions than they answered. Bill said the trooper sounded frustrated. They'd run every test they could and checked every database, but they'd come up empty at every turn, and the burns were just another dead end. No fire had been reported in the park, or anywhere nearby for that matter, and there were no charred campsites, no scorched trees, and it was like this guy had just been burned someplace else, driven out into the woods, and then thrown from a vehicle of some kind. The coroner couldn't even say what caused the burns. He didn't think that it was a campfire, and it definitely didn't seem to be just gasoline. It was clear that the guy had been exposed to something of intense heat, but he just couldn't say what that heat was clearly from. Now, this guy was buried in a county cemetery as just another John Doe, and the park moved on like it always does. Hikers kept coming, the seasons changed, and we kind of just busied ourselves with our usual duties. Hikers kept coming, the seasons changed, and we just kept ourselves busy with our usual duties. But obviously I couldn't let it go. I started thinking about it too much, especially at night when I was alone in that cabin. I'd sort of lie awake listening to the wind of the trees and... Oops. Oh my fucking god. I'd sort of just lie awake, listening to the wind in the trees, and then when I'd close my eyes, I'd see him all over again. That burned, bloodied man staggering and twerking. Ooh, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Roki the Fur with another 50 buckaroonies says this one is to everyone thinking I'm a kid with a stolen credit card or drunk. Nah, I'm a sober adult, just want to support my favorite YouTube channel in the area. Thank you, Roki. Were you saying earlier you drive truck? As you almost drove it off the road or something? Either way, thank you, and thank you for your service. Appreciate you, dude. That is crazy. Very, very kind. Unfortunately, I am a kid, and I have stolen your credit card. Yeah. That would be funny if someone just like played a compilation of every twerk on every stream ever. Do, 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 do. I'd lie awake, listening to the wind in the trees, and then when I'd close my eyes, I'd see him all over again. That burned, bloodied man staggering toward me through the trees and begging for help. I'd wondered where he came from and how he got so badly burned, whether it was people that did it to him or something else, like a lightning strike or something. And I started to quietly ask questions. I didn't want the other rangers thinking that I was losing it, but let's just say that I had some theories. I talked to some of the old-timers, rangers who had been around the park since the 60s. 60s. Do, 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 do. This girl about Cicada 3001, for some reason her channel's gone. I forgot what it was called. Oh, Kaylee, yeah, Kaylee Elise. I don't know if her video... I mean, I think there's some people that reposted her videos, but yeah, that was a long time ago. I talked to some of the old-timers, rangers who had been around the park since the 60s, and asked if they've ever heard of anything so weird or anything that didn't add up. Most of them just shrugged. They'd heard all kinds of stories over the years, stuff about missing hikers and strange lights or noises that didn't make sense. but nothing like our burn victim who came staggering through those trees. One guy, a retired ranger named Carl, told me something that stuck with me though. He said that the park had places where things didn't quite feel right. He'd never seen anything himself, but he'd heard stories from loggers and trappers, people who'd traveled through that area before the park was established. There were stories of people going missing or coming back different, like they'd seen something they couldn't explain. And I didn't really know what to make of that. Carl was a veteran ranger, a real no-nonsense kind of guy, so seeing him talk like that was quite something, and I started looking at the park in a new light. I'd find myself avoiding places that I'd never thought twice about. Oh my god. Dude, I'm hungry. A twerk cam, yeah. Just a close-up of my ass the whole time. Do you think Twitch still has just like those hot tub titty streamer meta still going on? Is that like still a thing? I feel like that's got to be so exhausting, honestly, being in the realm of like sex work or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I jump on here and it's just kind of chill. Like I can get on, I can chit chat. It's like I don't have to worry about what I look like really or anything like that. I mean, if someone did a face cam, yeah, sure, somewhat, but you can kind of just chill. But I feel like for those titty streamers, they gotta like get the hot tub going, get it up to temperature, get the toys, get the bubbles going. You gotta like shower, and then you gotta fucking like put on like the most scantily clad like piece of dental floss ever. You gotta make sure you don't have any pimples on your ass. You know what I mean? It just, all of it sounds so wildly exhausting to like try and keep up with the whole time, and just knowing like the type of people that you would attract to that situation just seems like it would make me sick every night, like getting on knowing that I would have to deal with people who just want to rip off my dental floss. Yuck. Oh shit, Roki, my god, with another 10er gifted memberships. Good God. To AJ, Leon McLeon, Dylan Greer, Flap Doodle, Requiem 444, Gloomy Ace, Tiana Dawn, Isaiah Evans, Gretchen Kiley, and Jamie Jones. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Roki the Fur for giving you access to bonus content. Thank you, Roki. Seriously, man, you're too kind tonight. Broski, what is good? What is happening? Is this what was happening before Let's Read? Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Let's just say I got out of it too soon, before Twitch decided that porn was chill. Talking about a recording of Five Nights at Freddy's by Day 7 Stories. Wondering if you had a story on that topic. I think it might still be up. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not on the channel anymore. I don't know. I haven't done any Febby stories in a while. You should be a Twitch cam girl, to be honest. I mean, I guess you could start. I was thinking, like, how exhausting. Like, you see, the only ones you really get to see are the ones that have thousands of viewers, right? But imagine how exhausting it would be, like, trying to build up to that status. Like, you're already, like, not super proud about it already. It's already a little bit, like, mentally exhausting to do. And then just to know, like, for a whole year, you're gonna have, like, at maximum like 15 random weirdos sitting in your chat, you know, just to stare at half naked titted self. It just seems so like such a process. Between those girls and VTuber girls, who makes more? I almost feel like well, that's a good point. I have no clue. I mean, I know successful OnlyFans chicks make bank, but at the same time, I mean, statistically, to be one of the people that are in the top X%, it's such a low likelihood that most of them just are making porn of themselves for really next to free, essentially. More respect for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I get it. Some people think it's an easy fast track, but it's also not really, in a way. It's not easy. You wish I had a channel where I analyze and explain things. I mean, I don't know anything, dude. I'm just reading shit off ChatGPT and learning myself. I mean, if I really dug into a topic, I guess I could learn about it, but that's the thing, is I don't really come into this situation with like a lot of like base knowledge of the world to really, like, there's some, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing sometimes when I'm almost 35 years old and I still feel like a fucking idiot about so much shit, which is fine, I guess. But it is crazy, like, just how intelligent some people are and knowledgeable. I mean, I guess maybe it's just because that's what they spend their time in the same way, but I don't know. Anyways. How to fill out your taxes. Yeah, I'll be everybody's personal accountant that gets you thrown in jail. But yeah, I mean, I guess when it comes to just, knowing anything, you just got to put the time into it, right? If you really want to know about tax code and law and things like that, you just got to sit down and read about it and listen to it and have like some sort of strange interest in like very, very conventionally boring topics. Like, even the people that are like wildly educated related to like politics, I do admire their ability to just, probably prior to like discussing the things they know, like spending most of their life like sitting down and just learning about that boring ass shit, Do I own my truck? I don't have a truck. I got a Batmobile. You like my opinion because it feels like the most sane on the internet. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know why so many of these like larger content creators get so worked up. You know what I mean? They get real mad about stuff. They don't really have the ability to ever like acknowledge that they're wrong about things. I think one of the most embarrassing things, and I guess, I pick on politics people a lot just because they're the ones spouting their opinions so frequently as being correct, that I think sometimes it sort of generates a sort of cult of personality around them, that people are more afraid of their fans than they are the person's actual opinions. Race with the 5, we love you, Joe. We love you too, Race, thank you. But the point being is that I wish more people within the political spectrum would spend less time just sort of like giving their takes on things, which is totally fine, and spend more efforts just like doing debates, you know what I mean? But I don't mean like Destiny debates. I don't know if you ever listen to like Destiny debate stuff. Like, he's an intelligent guy, don't get me wrong. Like, he is very articulate and can like turn on a dime, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But at the same time, he's so mean to everybody. Like, he always digs into everyone, and like, just like, to me, a debate is like, you get 3 minutes, but the other person can't talk, and then they get 3 minutes, and then the other person can't talk, you know what I mean? And you just kind of like, you take notes as the person is saying something, and then you address those points like an actual. And it sucks because like the actual presidential debates have like kind of become debased to like the lowest form of retardation that it's, you're never going to gain, you're never going to like gain any level of like intelligence, I suppose, from anything. And then I guess all those other like holy shit, Roki with another 10 gifters to mobilize KRT, Critical Charge, Mew Lover, Lazy but Talented, Big Bands, Chardonnay, Andreas, Stosh, James Peterson, Cat's Kingdom, Uncanny Gold. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Roki again with that's Roki, you're good, man. Thank you so much. You should host a Destiny versus Alex Jones debate. I mean, I would really have no problem with it, like, to be a host, right? Or to allow them to communicate with each other, because I think we've arrived at this position in society where it's like two people won't even have those discussions with each other, even though they're considered polar opposites. because the one says that the other is like too dumb or too dangerous to even entertain, or their audience says, don't even platform them. You know, it's like, no, dude, that's not how it works. Like, you're supposed to platform each other. You're supposed, if you consider that person an enemy of whatever, democracy, even though the United States is not a democracy, like, if you consider that to be the case, have the discussion. Do it with respect, right? Be a respectful person, even if you don't respect the other person's opinion. You know, sit there and roll your eyes and go, but don't interrupt and yell and screech and ree and bibbity bobbity bee. Like, to me, I don't even know if that falls on the individual personality as much as it falls on the moderator. But I don't know. That's what I wish existed more within the political conversational spectrum of like YouTube and podcasts. Like, and I get it, you know, individual podcasts with guests and the political commentator giving their thoughts on things is going to be their opinion, probably bias and probably whatever. That's fine. But the U.S. isn't a democracy. No, it's a constitutional republic. The U.S. is a constitutional republic, correct? Question mark. Yes, the United States is a constitutional republic. Here's what that means. Constitutional, the U.S. government is bound by written constitution that outlines the limits and powers of each branch of government. It guarantees individual rights and establishes the rule of law. Republic. The U.S. does not have a monarchy. Instead, officials are elected by the people to represent them. Sovereignty rests within the people. The government operates through elected representatives. In addition, the U.S. is often described as a representative democracy, meaning citizens elect representatives to make laws and decisions on their behalf. But it's not a direct democracy where all citizens vote on all laws directly. And I guess, you know, how would you describe to someone the difference in direct democracy versus because I mean, you got the electoral college as well, which sometimes is not obviously like a direct, you know, 1-to-1 ratio on like the popular vote or anything of that, even though sometimes that can cross over. But in a direct democracy, people vote on every law or policy themselves, no middleman. Imagine if every time Congress wanted to pass a new law, everyone in the country had to vote on it. That's a direct democracy. It's very participatory but chaotic and inefficient in large societies. Constitutional republic. In a constitutional republic like the U.S., people elect representatives who go to Congress and vote on those on their behalf, following rules laid out in a written constitution that limits government power and protective individual rights. Example, the U.S. Congress, we vote for senators and representatives and they go vote on the laws. The Constitution ensures they can't do whatever they want. But yeah, I guess it's you probably get the idea. It's just you know, it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio on like your vote, you know, your votes and the most popular one wins. And each state obviously has like the electoral college and how much they like weigh within that larger system and that kind of thing. But that's why it's more just a pet peeve, I guess, in a strange way, to hear people call it like we do this for democracy. It's like, that's not really, not exactly that, you know. But yeah, going back to, you got electricity back and this is the first place to come to. Punky, where did you lose electricity? Was it in Pennsylvania? Have you seen the re-release of Revenge of the Sith in theaters? Dude, I'm not joking. I fell asleep during Revenge of the Sith whenever it first came out in theaters, you know. Joel talking about being just a nasty person for no reason. Have you ever kicked out anyone here for being mean? I think so, yeah, whenever they just seem to be irrational. Like, I think one thing that annoys me the most with someone is when they just seem like very unreasonable with like conversation. Like, they just seem like a frothing dog mouth. You know, it just seems really unreasonable to communicate that way, even if it's online and it's anonymous or whatever. It's QA anonymous. I fell asleep during the re-release too, but to be honest, I was high. Wait, so you fell asleep on the recent re-release? Holy shit. But Revenge of the Sith is so peak. Dude, it's so funny. Like, back then, like, man, Shorn, I feel like you're getting, like, all the worst content. Dude, Shorn, I'm telling you, go backwards in time with the content. Well, that is backwards in time, right? But I feel bad that the Revenge of the Sith, I mean, it is good. I'll be honest. It is good. Like, there's a certain level of, like, if you look at the old trilogy, right, back in, like, the 70s and shit into the 80s, it had a degree of mysticism to it, right? But a lot of the Star Wars movies were action-oriented and fun. You know, they were action and fun and kind of silly and whatever. But then, like, the prequels or the second set of threequels, they had like such a high, like such an insane amount of like mysticism and like intrigue and strangeness and meditative nature to it, and like almost like exaggerated theater that I don't know, back then it was kind of cringe. But honestly, looking back on it now, that's all I really want from Star Wars. I want a Star Wars that sort of like takes itself too seriously, but also doesn't take itself too seriously. But I don't want the Disney version. I feel like the Disney version just kind of like, knowing that they probably made that set piece in the movie specifically just so they could make a ride in their park, makes me a little sick. Haven't been watching Andor. No, but I watched the first season for like an episode or two and I got kind of bored. And maybe that's on me, which I agree, like, you know, but I'm just curious, like, what? Oh, yeah, Jar Jar the Sith Lord would have been so good. Yeah, tell me about Andor. What's the deal? You're beautiful, maid. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, no worries, Delia. See you later. Have a good night. It's so good. Okay, well, you know, I will check it out. I will check it out. My dad bought Han Solo and Stormtrooper 1979 when I was sick. That's cool. They're making Spaceballs too? That's a curiosity to me. I don't know. I don't know what to expect from that. I don't know anymore. I really just like have no faith in any movie that's ever made ever. Like sometimes I feel like the horror genre has a little leeway that it was able to like still make decent films even in the era of like lesser writing capabilities, you know? But I don't know anymore. Maybe I'm just older and it's like I just need to go read fucking tomes, unravel a fucking scroll and just like dig through that to find anything that tickles my old man fancy. But I need to pore over ancient texts like Gandalf at this point. But yeah, I mean, I'm not to dwell on the political thing. It just like, it makes me a little bit sad that we don't have, like, we've just set up this sort of like back and forth in regards to the left versus right, this sort of zeitgeist that's divisive. And it's like, sure, it is divisive. These are divisive topics. They can, especially if you dig into them too much, they can be quite frustrating. This guy wants to, it might appear like this guy wants to control me and he doesn't like the way, he doesn't want to do it the way I want to do it, and I'm worried I'm going to end up in a jail in Guantanamo Bay or something for saying I don't like Israel or whatever. But like, it's just, why can't we set an example, right? Why can't these political streamers set the example that when they go and do these debates, do these discussions, which I wish they would do earlier or more often rather, why can't they be respectable people? Why do they have to be so... Why does it always have to be a gotcha moment or you're dumb and silly and gay and lame? Like why do you have to be that way? Like why are you the way that you are? Breaking Points is a good channel that tries to get away from the old mold. Yeah, I never heard of it. I actually haven't, honestly. Yeah, I mean, there really is no difference between, like, at that point, like, whenever I get into a video, and I'm not trying to, like, poop on Destiny, because I'm sure, whatever, I don't know him, I'm not trying to put him down, but when I see him jump into a conversation and just, like, like, that's really no fucking different to me than hearing a toddler yell at another toddler on a playground. Like, that's real. Like, I'm not getting any more intelligent. I'm not learning more about the thing that he apparently is so passionate about. And maybe it's my fault for not being able to decipher 4 voices at once. But it's just, I don't know. I just need, and I get it. Some, maybe his responses to things are just a response to somebody else's like rudeness, and he's standing up for himself or something. I'm sure that's but come on, like, guys, let's just tone it down a tad. Roki the Fur, man. I don't even know what to say with these another 10 gifters. You're being way too kind. I'm gonna ban you. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, and welcome Vic, Miles Moore, Ark, Cyberpup, Gray, Santino Bucaro, Chrisman Hayes, Ali Finale, P. Mary 2003, and Isabel Diaz. Welcome, friends. 500 viewers. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. This is his third 10 gifts. This is crazy. Destiny is friends with Nick Fuentes, and that says it all. But in a weird way, Shorn, that's like a good thing. And I don't mean because I'm in agreement with either of their perspectives. It's just that, like, the fact that Destiny is at least on paper representative of some type of like left-leaning inclination, and then Nick Fuentes is representative to some in a excessive right-leaning inclination. And so it's like the fact that they can come together and still just be a couple of fucking dipshits who shoot guns together and fucking play. Maybe they suck each other's dick. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, at least that's representative to us lesser beings, who consume the content or watch them, and sometimes take example from their actions to say, okay, big difference between two people and their perspectives can get along. Algorithm solved. Our robot brains are now okay with having a discussion with someone that we vehemently disagree with, right? And to me, that's all I want. I want two people to understand that it doesn't matter how insane you are in your own brain, you can probably still get along quite well with the majority of the population and not allow some weird people at the way top who control the media to divide you every 2 seconds and make you not want to go to Thanksgiving. You love crime? Perfect. I disagree with my friends in politics all the time. We grew up with each other. I'm not going to stop hanging out with them for some people who don't know us. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, honestly, to sit there and say, like, I'm not going to hang out with someone because of that just means that like, if you genuinely believe that what you believe is true, right? And you have an opportunity to, in a weird way, evangelize said belief onto the other person, because, it would mean that you care enough about that topic to spend time with them to earn their trust and then express your opinions to them in the hopes that maybe they would change if they in your mind are so reprehensibly different. But to turn away from that person because they don't believe exactly what you believe tells me sometimes that you as an individual aren't actually capable of articulating your opinion. It means that you aren't able to regulate your emotions very well. And you also don't care about that person that has a different opinion than you. You would rather cast them aside and dehumanize them than ever take the time to get to know them and perhaps come to some sort of, I don't know, parlay of sorts, And to me, that's what it means to be an adult of sort, to a degree. I don't know. Anybody get to $500? I feel like on a birthday, maybe. I don't remember. I feel like I would remember that. Definitely, I feel like tonight, Roki's donated a total of that own thing. My boyfriend, total opposite when it comes to politics, and guess what? She's still my... BFF. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, exactly. Simple. I don't know. I love that meme where it's like, people on Twitter, it's it says something like, the differences in the proletariat and the squirrely boards. The rich heads will roll in the streets when the poor rise up and understand that they are the wage slaves. You know what I mean? And it's like, normal people. Hey, how are you? You know, it's just like whatever you're seeing online as far as like these like sort of political extremisms or political excessive natures, you know, like it's not real. It's just not real. It's genuinely like just not representative of your day-to-day person who like goes to work. Even like the fucking like blue-haired, you know, barista at Starbucks probably just doesn't have the energy all the time to fucking scoop and dupe and sloop. Roki, what the hell, man? Another 10 gifters. What is up with this, bro? 2, Green Jeans Jr., Holly, Rogerio, Hollow Heretic, Bill Wambalt, Farm Sim Freak, Sahari Giles, Carly Ray Wittenberg, Vanessa, RTW7177 IMF, and Darling Tammy. Welcome, friends. Love you. Appreciate you. You now have access to bonus content. Did he rob a bank? Yeah. He's trying to launder it through the channel. That would be kind of funny. But I guess that would still be a paper trail, so it's not really like laundering, is it? You've gotten a little snippy when I challenged you your middle of the road stance, Joel. Yeah, I guess. What do you mean? Like you want me, you get upset whenever I take this stance of wanting people to get along, or what are you trying to articulate there? And that's the thing is, well, see, I'm about to respond to something, but I don't fully understand what you said. I'll give you time to write that out. I am a snapping turtle, by the way, yeah. Certain political opinions, I think, are more indicative of someone's personal character. I think so, too. Like, I think a lot of it is kind of predetermined at birth in a weird way. I'm not saying completely. I mean, like, I think a lot of it is just like the structure of the brain and like those sort of inclinations to a degree. Like, in the same way you somehow kind of can't really determine your personality, I think in a strange aspect, like your political opinions are sort of an extension of that. I mean, they can be changed to a degree, but they always seem to be representative in a sort of perspective of the person you're interacting with. You're always, you know, you're never like really surprised ever when someone tells their perspectives. You're like, oh yeah, it seems about right. Especially when it's like very just like low ball, easy politics. I love you, but you're missing a big part of the picture. Elaborate, please. Thank you. Any sort of extremism is concerning. There you go. That's a good one. I like that. I like those. Get that on a t-shirt. Snippy? No. Simpy? Yes. I'm very simpy. I find it refreshing not having political agenda expressed in a militant fashion. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Like, I don't, you know, what, like, why do I need to believe that right the fuck now? You know, why do I need, it's basically, to me, it's like proselytizing, you know, it's like, I have this really cool religion, you need to join. It's not necessarily the same thing because there's specifics, but it's like, it's a similar type of psychology for sure. Like a similar aspect of the brain is triggered within a person's mind when they're trying to like express their political thoughts and their desire to get you to join it and be in adherence with them in the same way that people get whenever they have their identity connected to a sort of religion and they need to express that upon you as well. And sometimes they don't have that. Sometimes they have their opinion, they have their religion, and they don't feel the need to put it on you. But there's some sort of crossover there for sure. Also, wait, maybe it's a delay, but I was waiting for what's her name to respond, but it's all good. I love it here because we talk about politics, religion, etc. It's a neutral ground, can speak their mind. Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to get like some crazy, like in-depth take from me on anything. I mean, a lot of what I'm saying is just sort of like a subjective feeling, so you're not going to like learn anything, but I think at the end of the day, if I can teach you to like help regulate your emotions a little bit in the manner in which you dialogue with other humans, I think that is the goal, to enhance, you know. Race 1426 with a 5 says Joel. A lot of generous folks tonight. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Roki again with a very generous 20. Should match me or double it again. Oh, match your. Oh my god. Match the. How many we at? What are we at? I think I can only do. How many egg rolls someone needs to make to justify murder? That's true. What's up, Pluto? I said last story 2 hours ago. Yeah, I've been going way too long. It is almost 3 a.m. I should probably finish it. There's the challenge. Is bro a Saudi prince? He might be. How do I even... Okay. Shows my support. Membership gifting. How many was that tonight, bro? Oh my god. That's crazy. Yep. Well, fuck it. I'm matching it, baby. This is going to go on for a while, but God has blessed me so I can bless you. Isn't that kind of interesting? You guys watch my... Like, you guys give me... I give you... Well, I guess that's just the, the market that we exist in. Oh my God, let's read. With the 50 gifted memberships. Right back in, baby. We're right back in. I agree that we need rational and fair conversation, but politics have changed. It's now about human rights violations that can't be ignored. Is like, which specific thing are you talking about, like Palestine and stuff? But the question is, like, once again, it took a while to respond there, or to get. So I feel like we might not be able to have a good real time interaction back and forth. But in your message, if you want to discuss it, just give me the specifics on which is concerning, and the specifics of which is concerning, but also give me what your action you feel like is needed to happen outside of, like, rational conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I don't want to assume that you're saying we need to get crazy, because I ain't about to get wicked style out here, Gooby Google style. We can do politics, but we can do it freaky style. Welcome all 50 people. Let's get full wacky. Let's get wackadoodle. Can we politically chess boxing? Political chess boxing. I suck at chess. I'd like to get good at chess. I wonder if it's like fun or if it's like really boring. Mark Twain said politicians or babies are the same, need to be changed for the same reason. Right. I'd find myself avoiding places I'd never thought twice about before, like the stretch of woods where I'd found our burn victim. It wasn't fear exactly, it was almost like his appearance felt like a warning, and it was one I was all ears to. And years went by and I kept my thoughts to myself, but every day I thought about what happened to that poor dude. How scared he looked, how he died in agony. He left, I left. Yeah, I feel bad some people just didn't get one. Literally how? I don't know, dude. I wish there was some way for, like, people who come to the streams all the time to kind of be guaranteed. Like, it should, like, tally up, like, how, you know what I mean? You think it would, like, both curate the notifications they give to for streams, but also, like, connect that too with the data of gifted streams and give you one. Roki, thank you for another 10, my friend. Hip hip hooray! To Samantha, Jessica, Drew K, Vivian, Kira Pierce, Patricia, Holly Spry, Laura Dort, Sinsko Lady, Liberty, and Sienna Saphira. Welcome, friends. 100% based AF.
Mischievous dog.
Yeah, highest view hours or something. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, I don't know. I remember like YouTube had some big overhauls years ago, and I always thought like maybe they would work in all these like really like hyper genius specific little things, but IDK anymore. It just completely dodges the regulators. This is funny. Oh shit. Thank you again, Roki. Appreciate you, dude. Too kind. Years went by and I kept my thoughts to myself. But every day I thought about what happened to that poor guy, how scared he looked, how he died in agony. I left the service in 2018, then moved to a small house outside of Duluth. I thought leaving the park would help, that I'd finally let it go, but it seems to have followed me. I'd sit on my porch at night staring out into the dark, and I'd think about him, who he was, where did he come from, and what the hell left him all burned up like that. And I started doing my own research and digging into old records, anything I could find about Voyagers or the land before it was a park. And I found nothing about a missing ranger and nothing about a fire that could explain the burns. But I did find other stories. As back in May of 2009, the homestead building of Death Valley's Barker Ranch just suddenly burst into flames one day. Coincidentally, Barker Ranch was the one place Charlie... What the hell? We're talking about Charlie Manson now? It was like an excess amount of like self-reflection, and now we're on Charlie Manson. Sweet. Someone who's never subbed might do it again after the gifty. That's true. That's why I need to put out like more bonus content just to not seem like completely worthless. I sound like Joe from You. I've heard that before. Thank you. I'm watching from outside your window.
Mischievous dog. Mischievous dog. Mischievous dog.
Coincidentally, Barker Ranch was the place Charlie Manson was found hiding back in the 60s after his followers went on their helter-skelter rampage, and the rangers over there at the DV National Park went to great lengths to keep the place in good shape. But then one day, the place burned down, and try as they might, but the rangers over there just couldn't figure it out. It couldn't have been a brush fire. Justin Balas, oh my goodness, with their 10 gifted memberships too. Simpson, Apollo the Changeling, Con G, Lovey-Dovey Jess, Brittany, Jennifer Santiago, Emotionally Unstable Amphibian, Vanessa Arroyo, Deborah, and Lacundra Shepherd. Welcome, friends. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Justin. Very kind. You guys now have access to bonus content. We need a rational conversation, but we also need to not ignore what is happening and treating it as a business as usual. We need action. We need to get mad enough to fight this. Yeah, I mean, I guess when I think of the word fight, right, I think of like the preferred method, which is demonstrations, which, making people aware, generating ideas within like media and having like open discussion, all that kind of stuff, which is great, which may or may not lead to litigation, which we can always hope for, but that tends not to be the case. Or whenever people feel like they don't have a voice anymore, they end up becoming violent, you know what I mean, like beyond that. So that's my fear, is like I never want anybody to think that like an answer to their problem ever is going to be violence, external from a situation in which you have to defend yourself or something. But I just, speaking in those like sort of abstract ambiguities that don't really like have an actionable plan, you know what I mean? We need action. We need to get mad enough to fight this. Like, what does that mean to you? And, I can sit there and speculate on what that means, but I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything like that. But All I can say is, yes, figure out how to make change in the world through litigation, but don't hurt anybody, because it's just going to bite you in the ass, honestly. And I think that's kind of like the goal sometimes by some of these sort of like divisionary media aspects, is like they want your emotions to like boil over. They want you to get mad. They want you to not cooperate or be pragmatic with each other, And yeah, just control your emotions and be smart. 4D chess, baby. Sometimes 5D backgammon if you can. It couldn't have been the brush fire because, like I said, they kept the place from getting overgrown. Then on top of that, maybe it isn't even nearly the hottest part of the year. Oh, gosh. Let me put this story at the end, man. This is such a long ramble. The burn person's scary, but what the fuck? Then on top of that, May isn't even nearly the hottest part of the year down there. And even when it is, things just don't burst into flames. I don't know what to believe, as I'm a former ranger and I deal in facts, but facts don't explain what I saw that day back in '98. They don't explain the boots or the burns or the way that the man looked at me like he was confused almost. I've tried to tell myself that it was just an accident, a hiker who tried to start a campfire and tragically set himself alight somehow. Or maybe he was building a meth lab, I don't know. But when I get to thinking about it, how we found no evidence of any campfire in that direct area, I start to wonder if something else did happen to him. Something we either can't explain, or we're not yet willing to face. What if action needs to be immediate? Once again, I mean, like, you can't speak in ambiguities. When it comes to these things, like, just say what you mean, Just say, I need to be a scary, mean main man with like a baseball bat and a brick. Just say that, but I'm not going to agree with that. I'm not going to agree with anybody ever saying that the way they're going to deal with their sort of usually perceived issues, I'm not going to agree with violence. It just doesn't make any sense. And sometimes you have to play like a psychological long game if you want to make change in the reality. And that sometimes is conversation, litigation, discussion. It just takes a while, man. I mean, if you really genuinely care about something so much, don't turn into a fucking member of ISIS, right? Oh, I love or I hate, rather. Maybe it's not even I love something so much as I hate the other person so much that I'll blow myself up for it. Like, that's just, there's no 40 or 70 virgins at the end of that shit, dude. It's just hell. Just endless hell. And I don't even mean that spiritually, I just mean that culturally. Like, it's just like hatred begets hatred. It's all it ever is. If you bring violence, you're just going to expect violence in return over and over and over again forever. Anyways, stop being so reasonable, Joe. Let me fight you. In all seriousness, yes, you brought up good points. Yeah, and I don't mean that. I'm just, I think just learn and learn. Dig into the topic that you're passionate about. Learn about the legalities of it. Learn about what you can do pragmatically, Get involved locally. Like, if you'll be amazed at what power you can have once you figure out how to, like, do double Dutch, but not with a jump rope, but with a fucking pen. Sam with the 5 says, I'll just give you my first super chat ever. Love you. Thank you, Sam. Love you too. Is that your first ever? That's crazy. I feel like you've been here a long time. But that's okay. I don't expect anything, honestly. Guys, thank you so much for chilling tonight. Very, very... Oh, wait, we got to read the outro, don't we? Shit. Oops. I forget what we were going to do. The 70 virgins are all goats, yeah. The goat! The goat! What's my favorite chip? I like the purple bag of Doritos. Pringles are good. Lay's are good. Ruffles are good. It's so funny that, like, at the end of the day, a chip is just a chip, but it's also quite specific. Roki the Fur with another 10 gifters. To Luke, Jake, Awen, Drew's Dream, Byron Gone Jin, Charlie Barley 2005, Blue Eyed Girl, Ivy, Pecan, and Miss T. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Thanks to the million gifters from Roki.
Mischievous dog. Mischievous dog.
I believe in the power of the individual and do a lot of work in the community. Love you, Joel. Love you too. Thank you. And that's good. Yeah. It all starts with you, you know. Just don't fall into the the destructive path, because that's all it's ever going to bring, you know what I mean? All right, sorry. I'm not trying to lecture anybody or anything like that. I'm just here to read spooky dooky stories. Remember, shut up, something story is finished or something. Oh, yeah. So it was like a quote, like it was like two people quoted each other from a show. Local politics affects you more than federal. Yeah, minus the federal tax bracket, bro. Dude, federal taxes are so fucking annoying. Like, if that would go away, I'd be a happy fucking human. And then just knowing that most of that just gets pissed away to the fucking Pentagon with their fucking $900 rolls of toilet paper. Dickheads. Alright. Anyways. What were we gonna do? This is a crafting table. Any other ideas? I might just do that one if you don't say anything. They should just give you all the excess money. I know. Just give it to Dropper. Hammers cost $500. I know, dude. Like, what is going on? I don't know. I'm just sick of, like, I wish sometimes it's like we got 3 branches of government, right, for like sort of accountability in some way, like where it sort of keeps the government slow and not just one person can make sweeping changes. But I almost wish, like, in regards to the distribution of like money related to like military processes, I kind of wish there was a little bit more checks and balances there. But then at the same time, like, if we don't allow the military kind of free reign to do what it wants, then we wouldn't get cheap goods from China, because we wouldn't be able to patrol those waters. And I don't know. None of it makes any fucking sense. Whatever. Noble Williams, welcome to the Buttersaw Call. Favorite NFL team? I can't say. Guys, I need serious options. What should I become when I grow up? When you grow up? Listen. If you go to college, right, it's fun. You know, don't develop a drinking habit or a drug habit. Go to the gym, right? And let's think. Maybe you could develop a creative outlet right now by learning how to, like, you could watch YouTube videos and learn how to get really good at Photoshop and editing videos. Is that still useful? Right? There's a lot of like random people on like Twitter and shit that like are always looking for, you know, talented video editors and shit. And you could get really good at those particular things. That'll be, you know, skills that you can commission to people. Nah, I don't know. But just don't go taking out a big, massive $120,000 loan that takes you 20 years to pay, and you pay a additional $100,000 in interest just so you can work at some menial job that you feel trapped at for the rest of your fucking days. Or ChatGPT's taking over Photoshop. Okay. Well, let's research it right now. I'm kind of interested. I'm bored. I don't want to leave you quite yet. So, AI is taking a lot of jobs. Are there any job sectors? I'm asking AI. It's going to lie to me. Are there any job sectors that are secure that someone should pursue. Skilled trades. Okay. Tea time. What do you think about becoming a plumber? Or a welder? Skilled trades. Why safe? Hard to automate physical labor in unpredictable environments. Examples: electricians, plumbers, welders, HVAC techs, mechanics. Bonus: high demand plus decent pay plus lower student debt. Tell me what I should be when I grow up. I do drugs in college, so don't worry about that. Oh, okay, perfect. Healthcare, human-centered roles. Why safe? Empathy, trust, and judgment still matter deeply. Example: nurses. Yeah, I guess yeah, you can go to nursing school. Do you want to go to nursing school? Nursing, physical therapists, mental health professionals, geriatric care, administrative roles are getting automated though. Okay. High-level problem solvers and strategists. Do you want to make decisions for generals? Pilots are still in high demand? Don't forget about the black government that are unheard men in black types, I hear. Yeah, I never get to see them. I never hear about what they're up to lately. It annoys me. They always appear in the corner of my eye. Nurses get abused by their patients. I'm scared of that. I've heard a lot of horror stories. I mean, I was a nurse for a while. Granted, I'm like a big guy, so like I didn't. I mean, sometimes you'll get like if you're in a nursing home, that kind of sucks ass because you're just dealing with old people with dementia who will like hit you, but not that frequently, right? And it's not like part of the job to get hit. So if you're getting hit, you can just be like, all right, fuck this, I'm out of here. So I wouldn't think that, in my opinion, statistically, that's going to really happen that much as far as abuse goes. And if you do end up in a situation where you're like not safe or comfortable, you can just exit that scenario, right? AI can assist but not replace human vision, ethics, and big picture planning yet. Examples: business strategy, complex project management, organizational leadership. Oh, that's going to be gone. AI and tech itself. Why safe? Someone needs to build, train, and manage AI systems. AI/ML engineers, promote engineers, cybersecurity, data ethics consultants. Warning: fast-moving field requires constant upskilling. Makes sense. Creative fields with a personal brand or human touch. Why safe-ish? AI can create, but humans connect emotionally. Examples: writers, filmmakers, musicians, YouTubers, designers, storytellers. Caveat: commoditized creativity will suffer. Being distinctive is key. Yeah, so I guess having like a certain art that can't be necessarily like reflected, If I become a pilot, I'll be away from my family for a long time. I don't want that. Maybe you could work in like a daycare or something, or like start a daycare. You could start a daycare. I don't know, if you want to be near family but still like want to do like nice nursey, womanly things. Education and training, hands-on mentorship based. Why safe? Human mentors remain vital for education. Yeah, fields require ethics, law, or human judgment. I don't know. The only one I'm seeing here is like, once again, nursing. Nursing rocks. It's just like a field that's like you're always going to get a fucking job probably that pays decent, and as long as you disconnect yourself from a situation that's really unlikely to get abusive ever, I'll be honest, it's like just not going to happen, you'll be fine. And as long as you can are you good at school? Because it requires a decent level of being good at school, like learning and doing tests really fast and all that kind of shit. AI won't call in sick, no paid time off, never sleeps, no forming unions. True. Alright, yeah, what's the outro? Guys, think of something funny. Don't do daycare? No. Okay. I don't know, I'm just trying to think. You could start a... Oh, I got it. My friend, and I know him, I know my friend, he started a cleaning business. No, you know what I mean? You just have to pay for the shit, right? Which you could probably maybe get a loan for that, which is going to be way cheaper than... you can't all be nurses, that's true, I'm sorry. I don't know, it's just funny. That just seems to be the only one that jumps out to me. But yeah, cleaning business. Basically, you go to these businesses like a bank or a church or really anywhere, people's houses and shit, and you literally just like clean. You could listen to podcasts and stuff. It could be like a nighttime job. It could be like when like right after their business closes or on their days off. You know what I mean? Yeah, crime scene cleaning. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a trade. Like, it is physical labor, but think about that. People tell me college is easier because I won't have to switch between subjects as often. I'm good at school. Otherwise, I'm a good writer. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess college is a little bit easier, yeah, because it's not as much shit. Like, you might have like 3 classes in a semester, and you only have to meet Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whereas like in high school you have like 7 topics and you have to meet every day. So sometimes college is a little bit easier, but you have to understand, like, socially, college is fun. Like, it's cool, it's fun, it's stressful, but you're around a bunch of people your age, and that's really neat. But you're also just like silently in the background accruing debt because you're taking out loans that for some reason the bank just like hand out willy-nilly to young people that don't have any credit or any experience for whatever reason. And now for the rest of your life after you get out of college, you're gonna have to pay like $1,300 a month to like this stupid bank that for a degree that you may or may not use. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's not guaranteed. You really should think it through. And even if you don't go to college quite yet, you let your brain develop a little while and your life experiences go on a little bit, and you just work for a while, that's not bad, you know? You might not be inclined to go back to college, but at least you'll know what it feels like to be in the real world and make money and all that kind of shit, so you can just like get a plan going and not just jump into something because society says you should. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, remastered audio, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, become a nuclear physicist. This is a crafting table. I dropped out of veterinarian tech school because of that reason, not worth the debt. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why they just can't like train on site for most of these jobs. Like, what's the need for like the schools to do the training for the jobs? Like, that just seems like a really inefficient outsourcing of the process. Like, just have a very like competitive job market, you know what I mean, where they do like, you know, instead of just like, you look good, go, you know, I don't know, maybe the interview process takes a while and there's a long like 6-month training period that may or may not be guaranteed. Do you like dipping your pizza in ranch? Maybe. I don't know, honestly. Your boyfriend's student loan debt is $30K, mine's $26. That's not bad. I mean, like, some public schools, bro, like, that's $30K is like a semester for some people. I'm not even joking. Was I a CNA? No, I went right to registered nurse. Which, honestly, I was jealous of the CNAs because they just had so much more experience than I did, but I guess at the same time, it's whatever. You get money at the end of the day. Deep fried pizza. Shit. I need to find one. Wait, did anyone say the outro? Did I even read an outro? I don't even remember. Yeah, the crafting table. Where's that one again? Thanks so much, friends. And remember, this is a crafting table. Alright, I gotta go to bed. Oh fuck, I actually have to get up tomorrow. No! I'm gonna die. Alright, doesn't matter. Lock in, baby. Alright, guys. Love you, appreciate you. Thank you so much for the generous support tonight, guys. If you got a membership tonight, be sure to go check out the bonus content. It's fun. And yeah, we'll get this edited. We'll get it over on Patreon first. It's only $1 a month for early access over on Patreon. Otherwise, I'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. tonight, Thursday, EST. And then I'll probably be back streaming this weekend sometime, either Saturday or Sunday, for the bonus content. Who knows? Who knows? But I'll keep you posted. Go follow the Instagram at letsread.official. Follow that Twitch if you can. Otherwise, guys, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.